Hi, everybody. Welcome, welcome. Oh, this is so exciting. Can everybody let me know if you can hear me? That would be awesome. You can drop it in the chat. That would be fantastic. I want to make sure I'm understood. Welcome, everybody. Hi, everyone. Great. Okay, I'm reading in the chat. I'm reading in the chat that, oh, Natalie, you're so kind. Thank you, Orquídea. Oh my goodness, look at this chat. Everybody, drop your watermelons in the chat. That would be super awesome. Drop some Krakens, if you'd like. And by Krakens, we mean squids, because I don't think we have a Kraken emoji yet. Awesome. Well, hi, everybody. Welcome. Welcome to the Floaties for Krakens podcast, a podcast about the monsters in your head, but reclaiming them instead. It's so nice to meet you if we haven't met already. My name is Camille Maria Costa, and I really like monsters, and that's why I'm here today. I love monsters. I think monsters are a beautiful way to talk about very difficult things, and very happy things, and very positive things, and things that are super layered like all of us humans are. And so, you know, the world is in a really complex place right now. And that's putting it incredibly nicely. It's a very, very hard place to be for so many different reasons. And, you know, I know we're not a very big channel or anything, but I figured we have some incredible, incredible Floaties guests that have been on the show. And all of us want to donate to a really good cause, so why not, right? So welcome to Kindness for Krakens, Meals for Gaza. Yeah, I'm so excited. We're partnering with World Central Kitchen, which is an incredible organization. And I'm going to make sure that I read all of their information off properly, because I don't want to leave anything out, and I want to make sure you all know what you're donating to, because I hope you're donating today. So, in case you've never heard of World Central Kitchen before, founded in 2010 by Chef José Andrés, World Central Kitchen, or WCK, which you may see it referred to, or us referring it to, is a nonprofit organization that is first to the front lines providing meals in response to humanitarian, climate, and community crises. Hashtag Chefs for the People is the hashtag our specific campaign falls under. In response to the recent escalation of violence in the Middle East, WCK is providing crucial aid to affected communities, partnering with local organizations in Gaza, and warning on the ground in Egypt and Lebanon. WCK is committed to offering support to Palestinians and anyone else in need during this challenging time. They're superheroes. They're absolutely just, I can't even speak highly enough about that organization, about José Andrés, and about their volunteers. It's a brilliant organization, and go check them out. They have so many other different causes. They also have ways you can volunteer too. So I would highly recommend. All of their information is in the description box below. But yeah, so today we're live streaming for a very long time. In honor of this fundraiser, we'll be streaming live till about 7 p.m. CST, Central Standard Time. So you're going to be seeing my face a whole lot today. And all that being said, I just wanted to talk about some guidelines and things that you may see throughout the next couple of hours on this show. Number one, I'm definitely going to make a mistake. I'm sure I'm going to have some sort of technical trouble or video trouble, or something's not working. I don't know. Be patient with me. This is me and the team's very first Floaties live stream ever in our lives. We've never done this before, so we're trying our best, and we're learning along with you. And if there's a problem, we'll figure it out, and we'll ask somebody if we don't know the answer to that problem. So yeah, just be patient. We'll figure it out. You know, like we always do, right? If you can't hear, if you can't see, if there's a technical issue and you're like, Camille, what the heck? How are you not fixing this yet? Drop it in the chat. Let me know. Let me know if anything's going wrong on your end, and we'll happily try to troubleshoot and see what's going on. Yeah, so thanks for that. Also, as you can see to the side of me, is it on this side? This side? I think this side? This side? I don't know. There's a clear live stream schedule that we will ideally be following for the remainder of the day. As you can see right now, it's just an introduction into what we're talking about, and we're going to start talking about our raffle in just a couple of minutes. But we also have some amazing events. We have a roundtable chat on monsters and genocide. We also have a scary story hour where we're going to spook the heck out of each other for some levity. And we also, last but not least, have an Animal Crossing hour where it's just a silent, chill hour where we're going to game and, rest our minds, our very, very busy minds. So, yeah, all that being said, there will be discussions throughout this live stream that may be complicated, that may be perhaps triggering, dark, difficult to kind of discuss or comprehend or digest. There is a war and there is a genocide of a people, and there is no looking around that. There's no denying that. And we need to talk about it, and we need to fight for what's right, and we need to talk about difficult topics, because if we don't, who will? And there will not be justice. So yeah, ideally though, right, in the next few hours, we're going to try to tackle these subjects in a safe way, in a caring way, through the metaphor of monsters, which is arguably sometimes the better way to do it, right? It's an easier thing to digest, a more fun thing sometimes to talk about. So yeah, just be prepared and protect yourself. If it's too complicated, if it's too terrible, you don't have to, you can check out. That's totally fine. Do not worry about it. We will not take it personally. It's a hard conversation. So it's totally okay. We totally get it. We totally understand. But other than that, we really appreciate you all chiming in. Okay, so next, what we're going to be talking about is this crazy cool thing called the Kindness for Krakens Raffle, which will be going on throughout the entirety of our live stream, which I'm very, very, very excited to talk to you all about.
I can hear you. Give me one moment.
Yes. I can
Oh,
hear.
hey.
Hello.
I can hear you in the Discord.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a delay on YouTube, so we might.
There's a huge delay on YouTube.
We love a delay.
Can you all hear me now? Let's find out. They said they can hear you guys, but not me. So let's see.
Okay.
Okay, I think it's working.
I think it is too.
Yeah, I'm getting texts saying that they can hear us.
Yay. I just want to make sure I don't say anything important while I'm muted. Yay. Okay.
Oh, yes, we got a yes.
We got a yes. Okay. Thank you for your patience. See, this is what's going to happen all day. So just be ready for that. Oh my God, my mom said hi in the chat, everybody. Hi, Mom.
Oh
Hi,
my
Mom.
God.
My mom.
Hi,
Hi,
Mama.
Mama Costa. That's Mama Costa. Hello, Mom. I love you. Okay, so everybody, in case you are new to the show and you haven't met our incredible team members, we have the amazing Natalie Hedberg and Michael Kosman on the screen. Hi, guys. Do you mind telling everybody a little bit about what you do on the show?
Natalie.
I don't do a lot. I did the logo a while ago. I provide moral support and some social media moderating. I think that's the TLDR.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And she does a lot, okay? I just want to let
Blah,
everybody
blah, blah,
know
blah,
that.
blah.
She does a whole lot.
Likewise, I don't do much. I don't. I'm the video producer and editor. So all the YouTube videos that you see and everything like that, it's all edited and helped to put in into the channel and uploaded. So just video editor and producer onto that. So that's my part.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're both so incredibly freaking essential to the way that this show runs and its success. And I thank them every day. I kiss the ground they walk on because we wouldn't be able to do this if it wasn't for them. So yeah, they're gonna hop in and they're gonna be moderating the show today. So you'll be seeing them popping into the chat and you can talk to them and if you want, I don't know. But yeah. Oh, Natalie.
Not the boomer moment. Not the boomer moment with the fireworks. But I'm just so excited to be a part.
As you should be.
Two boomer thumbs up from me.
Yeah, absolutely.
For the talent and the host, Camila Costa.
Yeah.
I love you guys. I'm so glad you're here. Okay, but also what we're going to talk about today, guys, as you can see below me, there's a pretty sick slideshow going on of a lot of amazing raffle prizes that you have the possibility of winning today. Isn't that pretty sick? So basically, right, we're working with World Central Kitchen. We have a fundraiser. We have a campaign. You can go ahead and scan that QR code to go over there to donate if you want, or you can see it in the description of the YouTube video as well. If you donate $5 to this campaign, your name automatically gets entered into a raffle where you can win one of these 20 prizes. Isn't that pretty cool? Yeah, and we're going to be announcing them throughout the remainder of the live stream today. So yeah, if you can, I know money's tight, but hey, if you got a couple bucks, if you're going to buy that coffee, maybe buy that coffee and then also buy, go ahead and donate as well because it's to a really good cause and you win some cool stuff. I don't want to like give it all away, but there's some cool art pieces. There's some shirts. There's some really important really important horror story stuff that's like from the 90s. Guys, it's like really, really awesome. There's some great stuff that you can win. So yeah, donate, please. It's to a wonderful cause, and we'd really, really appreciate it if you did. Yeah, so we'll be announcing some of that raffle stuff, ideally after this next event at the end of the next break. So just be aware of that. Just be prepared for that. Oh, something you should know. If you're donating on that campaign website, there's a little section where it says add a comment right before you hit donate. If you can, please include either an Instagram handle if you have an Instagram or an email if you're willing to share that. That would be awesome because if you win, we'd like to notify you and let you know that you did win. So yeah, that would be really awesome. We'd really appreciate it. We love the love that we've been getting on the show already. So yeah, thank you guys. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Natalie. I appreciate you all.
Thank you.
All right, I'll see
you
guys
in a little bit.
in an hour. Bye, guys. Sorry, guys. Just loading. Hey, everyone. Hi, Dom.
Hi, I'm unmuted. I heard
you are.
the notification, and I was like, the queen has entered standard attention.
That's great. Oh, look at everybody chiming in. Wow. Look at everybody.
I heard the
Can everybody hear me okay?
and I was like, the queen has entered standard attention.
Yeah.
Someone needs to mute the live stream. We're getting an echo.
Uh-oh. Gotcha. I gotcha.
Look at everybody.
I hear you.
Can everybody hear me okay? Yes.
Someone needs to mute the live stream.
Okay, is there still some delay, everybody? Or are you hearing double?
I hear you. Can everybody hear me? Yes.
Let's see.
Okay, is there still some delay, everybody? Or
We are, yeah, confirmed.
All right, we're going to figure it out. That's okay.
We are, yeah, confirmed.
All right, we're going to figure it out. That's okay. All right, guys, still some delay?
I don't think so.
Can you all hear me? Can the stream hear me specifically and the Discord? Thank you all for your patience. We love first-time live streamers.
I don't think so.
Can you all hear me? Can the stream hear me specifically and Oh, I think what we might be hearing too is somebody might be watching it on the live stream, which is awesome. If you guys in the Discord are watching it, can you just mute the YouTube video? That would be awesome. Perfect.
Oh, I think what we might be hearing too is somebody might be watching it on the live stream, which is awesome. If you guys in the Discord
Yeah, I think that's what it is. Perfect. Okay.
That would be awesome.
Awesome. Well, hi, everybody. Welcome to the Roundtable Monsters Exploring Genocide. Yay. Oh, my goodness. Thank you all so incredibly much. Guys, in the chat, look at this amazing panel of people. Look at this amazing panel of people. I can't say it enough. It's just so darn incredible. I'm so lucky and I'm so thankful that you all get to learn from this amazing group of people today. Yeah, I'm so thrilled. So before we get started in introducing this amazing group of people, I just wanted to kind of give a little bit of a trigger warning before we get started. As you can see by the title, right, we're going to be talking about some pretty complex topics. We're going to be talking about genocide, death, grieving, war. We're going to be talking in depth about a lot of this stuff and the layers and the complexities of those things. So yeah, listen, with care, and we're going to try our absolute best, to be cautious and to be caring. All of these individuals in this panel are super amazing, nice people, and so smart, and so I know that they're going to handle this conversation with nothing but the best. But basically what this panel is going to be about, right, is we're going to kind of explore these difficult topics through the use of the metaphor of monsters, which is basically everybody on this live stream today favorite thing to talk about. So it's going to be a really awesome conversation, and I'm just so excited. Yeah. But before I get even further with that, I'm going to go ahead and call on each of you so that you can introduce yourself to everybody. If you wouldn't mind introducing yourself, stating your pronouns, and then telling us a little bit about yourself and what you do. All right, so we're just going to go in order from how I see you all. First and foremost, let's say hello to Dom.
Hi everyone. I am Dom, as Camille said. He, him. I am a folklorist in my day job, and when I'm not doing that, I am one of the two co-hosts on Folkwise, twitch.tv/Folkwise. The other one, who you will be seeing later tonight, and You may know me from my episode of Floaties for Krakens where I talk about the Beast (parentheses Bible), and I'm really excited if I get a chance to talk about the Beast (parentheses X-Men) later.
Woo! Also, peep everybody's amazing shirts, by the way. Obviously, nobody gets on this show without having a cool shirt. Also, thank you, Dom, so much for stating what you talked about in your Floaties episode. Let's go ahead and do that too when I call on you guys, because it's fun. It's fun to personify with your monsters sometimes. All right, so next on down the line, let's go to Katie. Hi, Katie.
Hi, y'all. My name is Katie. I hope you can hear me okay. My pronouns are she, they. You may remember me from episode of Floaties for Krakens, Joggers for Zombies. I love all things zombie. I am a folklorist. I just graduated from WKU with my master's in folk studies. I'm not currently employed as a folklorist, but I am, getting out there and trying to keep active in the field. But yeah, so that's who I am.
Katie, I don't think it'll be very long. I promise you. I think in
I
a couple
hope
of
so.
minutes, you're just going to be like, oh my God, I'm so busy. So you're too brilliant to not be. So don't worry about that
Thank
too
you.
much. Don't worry. Alrighty, next up on my list is Allison. Hi, Allison.
Hi guys. So I'm Allison. My pronouns are she, her. And like Katie, I recently graduated from Western Kentucky's Master's in Folk Studies. I think it was just a year before Katie that I graduated. So I was on the episode Justice for Candyman, and where we had the pleasure of talking about the Candyman movies. And so like I would love to call myself a folklorist. I'm saying right now I'm moonlighting as a folklorist because that's also not my day job. But yeah, so thank you all so much for having me.
Oh my God. I love how you always say that, but like Dom just gestured, you're silly. Because at that point, all of us are. We're all trying to hustle out here and try to do as much as we possibly can. But the point is, right, your heart is a folklorist. And I think that's what really shines and that's what really matters. Awesome. Next up, we have Lauren. Hi, Lauren.
My name is Lauren Rocha. I'm an associate professor of practice at Merrimack College in North Andover, Mass, where I teach in the English department. And I recently came out in March. I'm also the author of the Sinful Maternal Possession, Motherhood and Possession films. So I definitely recommend it to anyone interested in possession films like The Exorcist and Rosemary's Baby and The Conjuring and The Babadook. And my pronouns are she, her.
Incredible, guys. That book is insane. It's very cool. And by the way, you could win that book. Just saying, if you donate today. That is graciously being donated by the lovely Lauren. So it's an incredible book. Highly recommend. Lauren, we're so happy to have you and to geek out about more monstrous stuff with you. So thank you for being here.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here.
And last but certainly not least, we have the amazing Ben Pyle. Hi, Ben.
Camille, hi everybody. I'm Ben Pyle. My pronouns are he, him. I'm an assistant professor in the Communication Studies Department at the University of Alabama, but I'm really happy to see all my fellow Hilltoppers here too. I too am a Hilltopper alum. And so in addition to coaching our speech and debate team here at the University of Alabama, I like to dabble in things spooky as well. And so on the side, I like to write comic books. And so some of those hopefully will be raffled off for people to enjoy later as well.
That is absolutely true. And they are beautiful and amazing and so cool. We have 4 of Ben's amazing comic books up for a raffle today. And I hope everybody gets to get their hands on them. They're just so amazing. Ben's an amazing, brilliant storyteller. That's how we first met. So I'm so excited, Ben, for you to be here. Every single one of you. It's going to be such a great conversation today. I'm so freaking excited. So excited. All right, so let's go ahead and start all the way from the beginning. Just in case we have some new cuttlefish here, maybe, right, that have never seen the show before, that have never been a part of the show before, that don't have any idea what Floaties for Krakens is as a podcast. Basically, every time I interview somebody for the show, We explore one of their favorite monsters in the entire world, or a monster that has just played a massive role in their lives or had a huge impact on their lives. And of course, as you can imagine, all of the people we interview have many different monsters that they love, but we explore a bunch of different ones and see what the connection is between them and their monster, and how many times, right, our monsters are like us in a lot of different ways, and we're like them. So it's a really wonderful way to kind of process who we are as people, and attaching onto that idea of processing and exploring. One of the big questions that I ask everybody who's on my show, and the question that I'm going to ask all of you all right now openly, what do you all think is the definition of monster? Now, I know this is the tough question. Any of you all can go. There's no rhyme or reason to an order we have to go for this. If you want to go for it, go for it. I know, it's a hard question.
Just draw names out of a hat.
What I should have done is gone back and written down every time you guys define monster in your episode. What we can do here, I'll start saying some things. I'll start saying a couple things, and if you see something that you might want to add to it, go for it. Let's see. I've interviewed quite a few people. I want to say like 40 people at this point, and everybody has a different definition that kind of intersects. And here are a couple of things that I've heard when interviewing people. I've heard something to be feared. I've heard something that is otherized. I've heard something that is often unknown, or something that people don't want to learn or understand more about. I've heard an incredibly cute creature, right? I've heard something that I don't want anything to do with ever, for the rest of my life. When you think of monsters, some of the more iconic monsters that people in the mainstream world might think about, right, are your iconic ones, right? If you think about Dracula or a vampire, right? If you think about Frankenstein, right? If you think about the Invisible Man, right? You think of those pinnacle monsters. But monsters and monstrosity kind of lurk in a lot of different ways. And I argue almost any character could be explored through the lens of monstrosity as well. Would you guys agree? Perhaps. Maybe.
Yeah, I think like all those definitions fit. I think like if we look at like what monsters in popular culture can represent, I think that like there, on the one hand, there is this traditional notion of like the monster as something that threatens or is an outsider, but then there are also monsters now that like are very much accepted, and so I do wonder if like what monsters and monstrosity means, if they can be read as really something that is considered either like outside the norm or is considered something that is seeking belonging somewhere. And I think that also too fits with different interpretations of monsters as well. For groups such as people with disabilities, queer individuals, that monsters, there's often an affinity with monsters and monstrosity because of that desire for belonging and community.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And I'm so happy that you mentioned these groups that often feel, right, monstrous for being different, right? For not following the same path that everybody else does. And it's kind of iconic, right, that, groups that have often been marginalized in society find such solace with monsters. They see themselves through it. And it can be a really beautiful thing. It can be such a powerful thing to be like, oh my goodness, there I am, like I'm represented. But it can also be kind of heartbreaking because oftentimes what happens, right? The monster dies at the end, or the monster is hated, or the monster is the bad guy, right? And it's complicated. It's a very complicated existence. And I just love, Lauren, that you said, it is often a being that is seeking belonging. I totally agree. I absolutely agree.
kind of go off of what Lord was saying with like the notion of community and like self-identifying with monsters. And this is something I wish I would have said on my episode. And when we stopped recording, I'm like, oh, that would have been so smart. Is that I think like what also like really delineates a monster from like your run-of-the-mill creature is that like the body of a monster, and you can take that to mean like the physical form or like the corpus of its text, whether written down or like oral or customary, but like the body of the monster is like is like culturally delineated. So it's like a sort of like group cultural project to say like what is or is it a monster, and once you have the monster, like what does the monster do, what is the monster like, do we like the monster, do certain groups like the monster? So it's this sort of like cultural imagination, like other than just like I don't know, snake scary, don't step on snake, but that would make it necessarily a monster because there's not all this other all these other things being wrapped up into it through culture and through community.
Oh, absolutely. 100%. Yes. And it kind of makes it more terrifying the way that somebody gets to have the privilege to identify a monster, right? Because if you think about it, right, it's like who gets to call who the monster, right? And who defines it, as you mentioned, right? How are we going to collectively define, right, what this means and how we get to identify that? You're absolutely right. There's so much context, cultural context that goes into it. And again, which makes it this being that is just scary, right? Terrifying for many people. Yeah, absolutely.
I really like what Dom pointed out with the idea of monster being like culturally defined, and even seeing that across like similar examples of monsters in like different cultures. I remember specifically as a kid seeing this in action because when I was a kid, I was very much a dragon kid. I loved dragons. And looking at like European mythology, dragons are these very terrifying beasts, literally associated with like the devil. But then you look at like East Asian cultures like China, dragons are these very majestic beings, more of a good presence rather than a symbol of evil. So again, like how those different cultures would identify, like, is a dragon a monster, or is it, you know, like a important spiritual being? Are spiritual beings monsters? I think is a really cool, interesting distinction to make when you're defining monsters.
Oh, 100. First of all, I love that you were a dragon kid. That's amazing. Good for you. Good on your parents. That's wonderful. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, dragons are incredible. And I know you're absolutely right. It's interesting to see the cross-cultural breaking of norms when it comes to what is not only defined as a monster, but like, oh yeah, that is a monster, and we love them, and we praise them, and we worship them, and it's part of our cultural customs, and it's something that brings us joy and hope and positivity, right? And I think you make good mention of that, Katie, because often it's used as a weapon to be racist, often, right? It's like, oh, they still believe, for example, in this monster, this being, this creature, right, being the ruler, being their god, being the person that, you know, or the creature that they worship, right? And they see that as something that is less than, and they can use that in a terrible way, in a weaponizing way, right? And so I'm so glad that you mentioned that. Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, I really like all the definitions that have been thrown out so far. And for me, I think one of the beginning points is to identify it as inhuman first, and to be able to say, okay, here's this thing that we are recognizing as inhuman or different from us. But I think of that as like the starting point, because there are plenty of monsters, such as, let's say, Dracula, where, okay, he can look human, and yet his behavior is monstrous. Same thing with like the Invisible Man, for example. I can't see him, but is ostensibly a male. And yet it's the behavior, particularly the most recent Invisible Man movie, I really enjoyed, because here it is literally just a man that is putting on an outfit that turns himself invisible. he could easily do some good things with that, and yet his behavior is what makes him monstrous. And so, whether that is dragons or vampires or whoever, what I really appreciate about particularly your show, Camille, is that you go deeper into these ideas of what makes the monster itself, and it's not just, well, it looks inhuman or it is this type of creature. It's what does it do that makes it monstrous in itself.
100%. I'm so glad you mentioned that. Because you're right? This same monster, again, taking the Invisible Man as an example, right, exists in many different versions, in many different variations, and wherever and however it's transmitted, it's different and unique to not only the storyteller but also the person receiving, reciprocating that information, right? And like, that's the newest Invisible Man movie is, man, it's a tough one. It goes into some deep topics, into some really complicated things. I cried so much because it was so beautiful, though. It was like I had never thought about the Invisible Man that way. And yet it challenged us to be like, oh, but he's existed that way for a very long time. Unfortunately, because of things, as you mentioned, Ben, right, that humans do, right? And it's very scary oftentimes that the most terrifying thing is not necessarily, if we're defining it this way, right, the monster, but the human being doing something that society deems as monstrous, right? Like humans can be just as scary, if not scarier. Yeah.
And just piggybacking off of so many of the other wonderful answers, what I tend to think of when I think about monsters is something that within any given cultural framework is something that exists outside the boundaries of what is normal and acceptable. And so it is to the point of many people brought this up today. It's something that is relegated to other because it doesn't fit into any of the other natural acceptable categories, whether that's physical appearance, state of being, or behavior. If these operate, or if any being operates out of the norms in its existence for that, it is often relegated to monster, especially if its behavior is threatening then, or even if its existence is disruptive or unsettling to people, that could also be understood as monstrous.
100%. Absolutely. And that's frightening. That can be a really scary concept, right? Because oftentimes fear is created by something you don't understand, right? And not only that, but something you choose not to further dive deep into or give the chance to understand. And unfortunately, right, that's where a lot of hatred and terrorization is born, right? Yes, the fear and the refusal to be better, the refusal to learn and understand, and see what the other definitions of monster could possibly be, right? In this context, right? You're absolutely right. And that idea of acceptance, it's monstrosity, as you can see, everyone, is complicated. There's not a right or wrong way necessarily to explore it and to answer it. And as Dom mentioned, right, I thought about this way later and I should have said that, right? Like we're always constantly thinking about new ways to define it. And I think that's what's so beautiful about it. Because in a lot of ways, us as humans are constantly changing and ebbing and flowing and growing and trying to understand who the heck we are, because this world is so hard to be a part of. Why can't our definition of monster do the same? Well, okay, so we've said some really interesting things in terms of definition and exploring that world. Lauren, you kind of touched on this a little bit, but I do want to open it up and see if anybody else has any thoughts. Why do you all think the explorations of monstrosity or horror, we can broaden it out in that way, right, feel so safe for whether it's difficult topics, right, to explore, like Invisible Man, like you mentioned, Ben, or for groups that feel marginalized or feel unsafe or feel like they don't fit in? Why do you think the monster is like the first thing that these groups or these situations go to as solace?
Yeah, I think that's a great question, and I think that for a lot of groups that are considered outsiders by cultural norms, by society, there's often a lot of discrimination and persecution. And so when we look at a lot of, even especially a lot of classic horror movies and horror movie monsters, um, and even still today, I think that there's some sort of delight in seeing this monster who's considered an outsider, who is who is very much non-human or is somehow different, going after those who really tend to embody those cultural norms. A lot of times, especially in like the slasher genre, for example, like you have like, who are the victims? They're usually, um, you know, a fully able-bodied teenagers who adhere to traditional beauty standards, um, and so I think there is then delight in seeing that monster have power when so many groups, not only historically but still today, um, can feel helpless because of systematic oppression.
I love that. It's it's almost like an extension of this strength that you don't feel like you have, right? Or a voice that you don't feel like you have, or maybe you didn't even know existed. Like, wait, you can stand up to the bullies, right? Like you can actually speak up for yourself. You know, and I get it. Listen, everybody, listen. I know you're all probably like, what? Like, these bad guys, these bad monsters, why are you rooting for them? And it's like, no, it's much more than that. It's a lot more complicated than that. It's a lot more layered. And I love what you said, Lauren, about too. Oftentimes these main characters, right? They follow the social norms pretty well, right? That's what they're written for. They're doing pretty well. They're pretty well off for themselves. And oftentimes it's the monsters themselves that have the most layered storylines, out there storylines, complex. And 9 times out of 10, us being complex creatures identify with that and align with that and be like, oh yeah, you know, this bad thing happened to me. That bad thing happened to that person too. Okay. And they're fighting back. All right. That makes sense. You know? I totally agree. I totally agree. Yeah.
No, I love that aspect of kind of reclaiming power and identifying, oh my gosh, you know, I also have felt otherized in maybe some manner. I think there's also an aspect of transformation as well, whether that is like the stereotypical werewolf, that every cycle I'm going through this change throughout my body that I don't quite understand, or whether that is I've been transformed through circumstances outside of my control, whatever it might be. I think that there is a sense of solace for people whenever they encounter these narratives to say, sure, I might have been transformed through an event, through whatever that way, but I can still reclaim a sense of that power as they're interacting with those narratives too.
Reclamation is such a big part of it. Absolutely. It gives you that freedom to kind of, I don't know, write your own narrative for once, in case that had been taken away from you in prior instances or circumstances, or maybe you saw it being taken away. It gives you hope in such a strange way, right? It's like, I don't know, my story continues in a different way, and perhaps a more powerful way, even though that may not be seen as good to a lot of people. Yeah. I agree. So, go for it, Katie.
Oh,
No,
I'm
no,
sorry.
no, Katie, please, you go, please.
Okay. I was just gonna add that also I think that a lot of like horror and like monster-based media also kind of forces us to reckon with this like darkest aspects of ourselves and these parts of ourselves that we don't want to acknowledge all the time. I think I talked about it a lot in the zombie episode, how like so much zombie media kind of like forces humanity into a corner and it brings out the worst aspects of ourselves. So you see in so many like zombie media, zombie movies, people using this as an opportunity to seize power And then you have some people who are like, no, we need to remain human. We, can't become the monsters or whatever. So I think also a lot of the shows that were like not so different, there's a lot that's really the same between like the, human protagonists and the monsters. And the lines are fluid, I guess. And it forces us to recognize, oh, we also have like these darker aspects of ourselves that we don't always want to acknowledge.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we're not as perfect as society makes us out to be, right? Definitely not. But it is frightening. I think there is that sense of fright when you're like, uh-oh, I identify with this zombie. Should I be concerned? You know what I mean? Like, right? But I don't know. Especially for nerds like us. I don't know if this is going to make any sense, right? But like if we're talking about the marginalization of groups and things, and we talked about a bunch of different stuff here, right? So like if we take the track of like mental health, for example, right? That can be a very scary, exploration, discussion, something that's incredibly foreign, right? And for many people, right, when they see horror films that explore the world of mental health or explore the world of having a broken brain, right? Many viewers are like, wait, I think I have that, or I think I could have that, whether it's anxiety or depression or something maybe a little more layered, right, than that. And so monsters do offer, right, even though it's retrospection and that can be scary, they give you a chance to kind of continue in society when society maybe failed you and didn't teach you that in the first place. I think that's why monsters are so awesome.
I also think monsters and maybe the horror genre more widely also, it gives us an opportunity to discuss social and historical injustices that may be more difficult to talk about, and monsters can provide that metaphor. I know we talked a little bit about it in our episode because we talked about the Candyman movies, and how those movies, while each very differently, handle issues of racial violence and structural racism and gentrification, and those violences have been enacted on certain groups in this country's history. So it's done. It depends on how heavy-handed it can get, but still, if someone shows up to a movie expecting to see like a slasher, and they come away with maybe a message or a commentary that maybe they hadn't considered before, that could also be an incredibly powerful medium to talk about certain things that maybe people hadn't thought of or don't want to talk about.
It tricks you, essentially, right? Which, I don't know. I think that's fantastic, especially, as you mentioned, Allison, like the historical context and those specific films that really push the limits, right, on teaching you a history that maybe you were never taught or that somebody told you to forget, right? It's amazing. I think it's incredible. Talking about cultural history and racism in this country, like I feel like we can't not talk about Jordan Peele, as you mentioned. Incredible. There's so many incredible things. And I remember when I saw Get Out for the first time, I didn't know what I was going to get into. I didn't know what the movie's about. None of us did, right? We were like, Jordan, you're doing a scary movie? What's this about? And whoa. Right. It was a ride. It was a real ride. And we walked out not just feeling scared for monstrous reasons, like superficially, but for historical reasons that had already happened. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm really glad that you segued us into that topic, Allison. Perfect timing. As I mentioned, earlier, the state of our world is really difficult. And, I know we're supporting one cause today concerning the Middle East. But it's not the only terrible thing happening in the world, unfortunately. So much. There's so much happening. And it can be really hard. It can be really hard to be a human being and be a person. But you know, as these dark things happen, that's why I started this show in the first place, right? I find such solace myself in exploring monstrosity and exploring monsters. You find such a safety in it. And I'm curious, in thinking about our topics today, genocide and or war, right? Whether it's, you know, on an international level, a national level, a civil war, a war between people, a war between humans, a war between yourself, right? What are some of the monsters that you all think about when talking about genocide or war? Now, this can be a monster that maybe their storyline heavily deals, right, with these two topics, or maybe that was in their past, right? Or maybe that's in their future. They could be the ones starting it. They could be the ones that were victimized because of it, right? There are so many ways you can look at it. But I'm curious. I want to pick your all's brains about either the monsters, the franchises, or the storylines that kind of stick out to you. I know this is hard because you all have really, just saying, when I asked you guys about this initially, you all said some pretty cool things.
Yeah, when the question was asked, I thought of actually vampires, in terms of just when we think about war and we think about genocide, a lot of times in TV and movies, vampires are portrayed as either like the creatures that somehow use war or use genocide as an opportunity to then take control. So I think about like the strain, for example, and the backstory of World War II and the Nazis. Um,
Mm.
and then I also too I think of even to the most recent season of Interview with the Vampire, um, which spoilers, um, where you have Louis and Claudia venturing through like Europe, like in World War II's going on, and at first they seem kind of detached and numb, but really I think also too it's reflective of the fact that like so many, they're displaced and they're searching for a family of vampires to rebuild or a community to rebuild. And then also too, like they're also too within like kind of inner species or creature wars. There's the classic vampires and werewolf war, which we see in Underworld. Um, and oftentimes when that takes place, it's usually not necessarily caring about human life.
Mm.
um so I think, and even too, like with True Blood, you have like characters like Eric and Bill who have a past, that like Bill was a Confederate soldier, Eric was a Viking, and so there is also too this sense of vampires associated with war, that there's a that's part of their backstory, and that there's this now transformation that they're trying to assimilate more into modern society and culture, as well as also to the narrative of trying to remain in power and remain in control.
Oh, yes, yes. Vampires. I'm so happy that you brought that up. I think you explained it eloquently. Vampires are so cool, so interesting. There's been, as you mentioned, so many different versions and variations of vampirism forever, right? Like you said, you get everything from Interview with the Vampire to Dracula to Twilight, even. And there's so many different types that you can explore. But as you mentioned, right, there is also this depending on the story, right, or the franchise, there is that underlying otherness, right? Ultimately, right, in every single story, a vampire is sick, if you think about it, right? They contracted something. They're diseased. They're cursed, right? They're otherized. They are not allowed to be out in the daylight with society, right? They can only eat, human blood, which isn't gonna work out in a lot of societies, right? And so I think it's fantastic that you think about that. And I haven't seen the new season of Interview with a Vampire yet. I hear amazing things. Go for it. It's okay for you to spoil it, Lauren. That is completely fine. But I've heard good things. I've heard interesting things and explorations with the historical contexts of them as well. Yeah, I love that you thought of that. I really do.
I'm really happy she brought up the newest adaptation of Interview with the Vampire. I was thinking of it as you started talking about vampires. I've been loving that show. I haven't finished the second season yet. And with that, also how they like update the source material and play with it. They also incorporate these messages about like racism and class disparity, and then setting in the backdrop of these very important world events like World War II, obviously, and having it in Europe where so much of the battles were going on. And that also reminded me of, I read this article a long time ago, like back in high school, talking about like vampires as kind of representative, kind of more so looking at like, say, the like 1930s adaptation of Dracula. This idea of like vampires as the foreign horror. And, you know, during the 1930s, right between World War I, World War II hasn't quite started yet, but there is things brewing in Europe that would soon, you know, bubble over. And how, you know, a creature like a vampire, you cast this actor who, Bela Lugosi, has this kind of strange accent maybe a lot of Americans weren't familiar with. And he's got this old world aristocratic feel. He seems very threatening to your average, like, American audience at the time. He's very an unfamiliar threat that we need to protect ourselves from. And it's just really interesting today, looking at it now. I, you know, watch Bela Lugosi as Dracula, and I'm like, oh, he's so charming. He's so enigmatic. I love watching him. But then I think about in that time period, like, oh, all these choices they're making with his character are deliberately supposed to be kind of threatening. And very unknown to the primarily American audiences of the time.
And Katie, do you know anything about like biographical details about Bela Lugosi? Speaking of things bubbling up in the interwar period,
only a little bit. I need to refresh
because he was like literally kicked out of Romania for like being too much of a communist and like was seeking political exile in America. So like. So you talk about like things bubbling up like between World War I and World War II, and he he literally got out of like Eastern Europe before it turned into like history's worst battlefield.
Yeah. No, you're right. That is coming to mind now. And you know, by the time he died, that's when the Red Scare was very much in full force. So thinking about him living through that and being this very prominent genre actor,
performative.
Yeah. He must have lived a very interesting life. Everything I've heard about and read about him is so fascinating.
He was buried in his cape, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yep. He was, which is so cool. Like if I was him, I would too.
Oh, are you kidding? Yeah. 100%. I mean, and not only is he just an incredible showman, but I think that also, I love Dom and Katie that you all mentioned that. I think it does go into this idea of performativity and performance, right? The context of performance. And you think about otherization, you think about the foreign scare, right? You think about that and how you have to perform a certain way, be a certain way, pretend you're not different, right? Try to abide by quote unquote cultural norms so that you don't get in trouble, so that you don't seem like somebody that is capable of harm or difference. Right. And I think that is such an important aspect to this idea of monster and monstrosity, especially exploring it in war and genocide. Right. It's I don't know, like the thing. I don't know. Vampires are just so perform, like in every single franchise I can ever think of. Every single you're never going to have a boring vampire. The only time I'll say that you'll have a boring vampire is if you think of Colin Robinson from What We Do in the Shadows, who's an energy vampire. And even then, he is still iconic and still a performer, if you will. Right? But there's nothing subtle about them at all. Their whole existence is quote unquote a lot, or for some, too much. Right? Which is why they're often ostracized and told to hide and told to stay away and are never welcomed. I mean, that's the whole point of what the series anyway, right? What we do in the shadows is they're just trying to fit in. This giant, terrifying mansion in the middle of a suburb is just trying to fit in. So I'm really glad that you guys mentioned that. But yes, right? Thinking about, I don't know, the otherization, the cultural otherization is so prominent. And they're in front of our face. Yeah. Yeah. Any other characters, perhaps?
Camille, if this is an invitation for me to start talking about the Sentinels, I'm just about to cook.
Go ahead. Chop, chop, my friend. Go for it.
So on this email, and I bet Ben, as the other person in the X-Men shirt, is ready to go into. But in the email, when Camille reached out to old guests, I just saw like the phrase X-Men 97 and stopped reading, and I was just like, I'm filling this form out right now. Both because it's like I don't know, so many things about that show just work. Like one, like the kids who grew up watching it have aged out of like tastemaker 18 to 35, and they're now like purchaser 36 to 60 demographic. So like finally it's our time to get pandered to, am I right? But also I think just like the timelessness of the X-Men, about like since it started, but really like 1975 onward, once Chris Claremont starts writing it, the timelessness of like of X-Men as like the allegory you get introduced to as a kid that teaches you about like how to be an ally, or like what's it like to like live as a minoritized group, I think is always needed, and it's like I will always appreciate it done right. And X-Men 97 this season, I think just did it so right. Yeah.
Before you go on, Dom, yes, 100%. For people that maybe have never heard of X-Men before, or anything about it, maybe, right? Can you, I know it's hard to summarize, but summarize kind of the concept of what those stories tell.
Can I tag in Ben for that? Because I will go.
He's
crazy.
Ready.
One, in true superhero fashion, we've got a good old-fashioned team up right here, so that's already great.
This is a mutant circuit. This is a mutant circuit right here.
Also, is that a Krakoan shirt that you have on?
Yeah, it says don't worry about it in Krakoan.
Oh my gosh, that's great. Yeah, and so the X-Men, created in the early 1960s, were meant to serve as an allegory for basically being othered in society, whether that was through race, sexuality, gender. And so the stories are again told on a whole soap operatic scale, in which good and bad is nicely delineated. But I think that they do a really good job, just like Dom mentioned, once Chris Claremont came on board. So the book almost got canceled in the early 70s or so, just because no one was buying it.
What?
But then Chris Claremont came along, and he started to say, what if we treated these real world issues and really insert them into these characters? One of the things he also did was to say, why can't this character that I'm creating be female? And so for a long portion of the time in the comics, it was just male-dominated characters. And so whenever he came onto the book, he made sure that he tried to insert as many female characters and voices as well. And so, yes, the mutants are born a certain way. They have extra abilities. I don't know if that's where the X came from, but that might be they shoot laser beams out of their eyes. It might be that they are blue and furry. Or it might be that they just have the ability to smell stuff really good, and they don't really look too weird that way. But because of that, they are persecuted by humanity, who believes that they are a threat to their existence. And so many of the storylines then build out from there. For me, whenever you had mentioned the possibility of like what was your first kind of engagement with the idea of genocide. It's going to overlap, and I'm going to toss it back over to Dom here because he mentioned X-Men 97. For me, I was 16 years old in 2001 whenever Grant Morrison's new X-Men number 114 came out. And so in that issue, it's coming off of the X-Men movies coming out in 2000. And so Grant Morrison does this soft relaunch of the concept. And the X-Men are now, rather than in their kind of spectacular costumes, they're all more uniform and black leather and day-glow yellow. But at the end of that issue, there was the destruction of Genosha. So Genosha is this mutant island that is populated only with mutants. And the Sentinels, which are these large robots created by humanity, swarm in and kill 16 million mutants. And so for me, as a kid, still 16, I hadn't really engaged in politics in many ways. I was pretty privileged in that I didn't have to in a lot of ways. And I was standing in my local Walden Books in the mall and just flipping through this comic and saying, oh my gosh, this is the most intense thing I've ever seen. And that really did open my eyes to, well, what does this mean, a genocide? Because they use that language in that story arc, which is called E for Extinction. And so it's embodied by this character named Cassandra Nova. She is the twin sister of Charles Xavier, and is the villain kind of, she's basically his dark half that he murdered in the womb. But she came back, so it's, again, I could
self-defense.
It's self-defense, that's right. I could go way off into the deep end. We'll just say that she's really bad. But
yes.
she, her idea was to, as a representation of everything against Xavier, was to kill everything that he cared about. And for him, caring about the mutant population, she went in to decimate the mutant population. For me, where that got reinforced, because, again, this was the first issue of kind of a relaunch of this concept, for them to end in such a horrific fashion, for me, it came out of nowhere. And then that was just a few months before 9/11 for me, too, in which all of a sudden, a lot of the imagery that was at the end of that book, I saw echoed in real life. And for me, as a young kid, it took something like that for me to say, oh, this stuff actually does, even though this is a spectacular story, even though this is on a scale in a much different way, these do reflect events that happen in real life. And that storyline in particular was also reflected in the most recent X-Men 97 show as well. So I'll toss it back over to Dom.
Yeah, awesome. Ben, I was 11 and at Borders, but the exact same thing happened. Awesome. Yeah. It was one of the first times I'd heard the term genocide. Also, with Emma Frost's story spitting out of that, was the first time I'd ever heard the phrase survivor's guilt. And every time I hear survivor's guilt, I think of Emma rapidly gaining the ability to turn into diamonds to protect herself from falling rubble, but everyone else in the room, she has to pull their dead bodies out of the rubble. And that's survivor's guilt looks like a blonde who turns into diamonds to me. You know what I mean? But yeah, X-Men 97, they also adapted the E's for Extinction, Genoshan genocide arc, which was kind of cool because it, compared to the other stories, I mean, it's got 97 in the name, but compared to the other stories they adapted on that season, everything else was pretty much 1997 to 1999, in publication history. And they skip forward to this event from 2001 in order to really nail home this idea, which I think is if we're all rooting for the monster, we all love the X-Men and you know, gay people, ethnic minorities, religious minorities, always are rooting for the X-Men who are unfairly hated for the way they were born. So what's the monster? If we all like the monster, what's the monster? What's the monster those monsters fight? And I love the Sentinels because the giant death robots, the genocidal engines of that the X-Men often fight, because they're like a combination of both like hatred and like the military industrial complex run rampant. And whether it's in the comics, and it's Cassandra Nova, who has a grudge against her twin, but it's simply Professor X. She has to go to she cannot turn on the Sentinels without like the creator of the Sentinels DNA, so she like recruits his nephew from Kansas into her war, so like his DNA can turn on the Sentinels. And that is to be said, it wouldn't have been hate alone. It was going to be hate and this guy who had like money from the federal government to build like minority shooting death robots. In the cartoon, it was a little different, but thematically, it was the same thing. It was a villain named Bastion, but Bastion both had like a hatred for mutants, like he was a self-hating mutant, and he was also thanks to thanks to more stuff we're just gonna don't worry about and go and skip over the lore. He's like a time traveling version of a Sentinel from the future. So again, it was like what happens when like unlimited military budget and bigotry get together. Like you have the scariest thing, the thing the monster fears, the Sentinel, who the specifically like the three-headed wild Sentinel from that episode of X-Men '97 just is it like tears apart the like Genosha during their big gala, which it's kind of a combination of the storyline Ben was describing from 2001 and one of my favorite recent storylines in comics, which is the 2023 Hellfire Gala. But the Sentinels come in while everyone is at like a very queer coded dance party. It looks like a gay bar in there, and they get shot up by lasers. And like there's like a handful of survivors afterward. It was all I just think all of those metaphors just like hit perfectly. And then I learned the showrunner for season 1 of the show, Bo DeMaio, is a gay man from Orlando. So he was a patron of the Pulse nightclub at the time it got during the Pulse nightclub massacre. And I think like it's I do not wish the ability to like read a fictional genocide and like map on it's just like my life for anyone, but I applaud that writer's ability to process like the hate crime he lived through, and to have the X-Men as like this allegory or this symbol where he was going to like work out his like life's trauma and just make it like a supremely entertaining half hour of television. I thought was like the greatest achievement in television writing this year.
Times 10. Yeah. No, like I
times
mean,
X to the power of X.
Right.
That's right.
Oh my, yes. I did not know that about his origin. I had no clue. Oh my goodness. It's just
really makes you think about like go back and watch that episode knowing that like I don't know if he was there the night of, but I know he was a regular,
Right,
and
yes.
just knowing that like he's
Yes.
one of the people who would have like when the people in like the next episode, the mutants are like laying flowers and pictures like in the Rebel of Genosha. He was one of those people doing that at Pulse in the week after Pulse. That was his life.
It's horrendous. I mean, it's
Yeah, I'm also a fan of the X-Men.
Yeah.
They were the first, I think, one of the first comic book characters I was introduced to when I was growing up, and like I remember watching the original like X-Men cartoons before it got picked up again in present day. Which like as I was watching like the current iteration of X-Men 97, I'm just going like, oh my gosh, I remember all of this. Like, and for me the Sentinels were always so terrifying because not only their hatred and the targeting of mutants, but there was no emotion really attached with them. And I found that particularly terrifying, um, because, like, especially to just even in, like, again, the current context, like that unfeelingness of war and genocide, that, like, you can't try to communicate with them, you can't, like, do anything. And I remember growing up, like, and it still continues today with the X-Men, the whole idea of like there was Professor X's way of what he thinks, how he thinks mutants should interact with humans versus Magneto.
Mm-hmm.
And growing up, of course, I was like, oh, it's, good and evil and, this very clear cut way. But, examining it, especially watching X-Men 97 now, I'm like, did Magneto have a point? And I think, and again, it's complicated too because of Magneto's background as well in World War II
Mm-hmm.
and as a survivor of the Holocaust. Um, and so I think X-Men, like, I think it does such an amazing job of really like interpreting these complicated themes of war and discrimination and being attacked.
Lauren, one of my all-time favorite tweets, like on my Mount Rushmore of tweets, is Venom became a good guy because we realized that like black colored Spider-Man with big muscles sells as well as Spider-Man. Magneto became a good guy because every day since the 80s, a Holocaust survivor that kills cops does not sound like a bad idea anymore.
Hmm.
Yeah, but what I think X-Men 97 made so uh articulated better than any other piece of X-Men media, maybe like better than some of the comics, is when you're talking about like Xavier's dream or Magneto's dream, like whether we're going to like peacefully coexist and teach people not to fear us, or whether we're gonna burn the world down and install ourselves as its new leaders. I think what X-Men 97 in like the last arc uh, taught the audience so well is that those two need each other. That like Magneto is strong enough to like take out the Earth's magnetic field and hold the Earth at ransom, but he needs Professor X in his head telling him, if the world doesn't have you, I have you. And you can't. I think what I've learned, like growing up with like the lessons the X-Men taught me in my head, is that like there are days when I think Magneto is the way to go, and there's days I think Professor X is the way to go. But I think you need both of those voices in your head in order to like to really do right by like in the name of vulnerable people. So I loved that like the resolution of Magneto's arc was I need to depend on Professor X sometimes if I want to get my job done, which I thought was like really beautiful.
It's hard not to separate both of their storylines. It's impossible. They're intertwined forever. And I love this conversation. I mean, I also love quite literally and metaphorically this exploration of the man-made monster. That term has been thrown around a lot, right? Like one that is actively, truthfully built for nothing more than destruction, right? If we think and explore the idea of the Sentinel. But also how a man can be built of hatred and genocide and war like Magneto, right? How that builds you as a monster. And those complications and trying to free yourself from that, but only ever being identified and marked by it because of your trauma, right? And I think that's so interesting. And I think X-Men explores that so brilliantly. So brilliantly, truthfully. And I love how, as you all mentioned, if you just watch one episode, if you read one comic book, you will identify with an X-Men character. I guarantee you. You will get so excited. You'll be like, oh my gosh, I love their outfit. I love their superpower. Their cultural ethnicity is like mine. Their hair color is like mine, right? Like there are so many different age groups. I mean, there's somebody in there for everybody. And I don't know. I think it's such a phenomenal story and just such a brilliant way of exploring grief and how genocide follows you, how war follows you, even when you think it hasn't anymore. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and just to also to like go off this discussion of X-Men, I think about the Amazon series The Boys,
Hmm.
which is like also too it features a world where they call them soups or essentially like people with these superpowers. It turns out that like they're created through like getting injected with compound V, which is owned by this like mega company Vought that controls like the news and basically all the mainstream outlets. And there's this group of soups called the Seven, which is led by essentially a parody of Superman, Homelander, which the name alone, I think, kind of tells you that, like, he's someone who takes control, is really seen as this, like, all powerful soup. And the group, the boys, they essentially, like, try to take out Homelander. But along the way in the series, like, you have these soups, and what you see is, like, the ones, like, especially like Homelander and other members of the Seven, there's really no accountability for them in terms of using their powers against humans, either intentionally or accidentally, because some are just so powerful. And I think what's interesting is, again, spoiler alert, at the end of season 4, what we see is that essentially that there is the start of this creation of prisons to house anyone who disagrees with Homelander, and also to humans, because there's a line Homelander says to the members of the Seven where he says, like, we will be wrathful gods. And I think what's interesting in this conversation about X-Men and war and genocide, is sometimes that series, The Boys, hits a bit too close to home in terms of, like, what's going on in the world.
Yes.
And, like, what we see time and time again in that show is that, like, the people who are trying to take down Vought, this mega superpower, or take down Homelander, like, you definitely side with, but, like, they're definitely the underdogs, like, in trying to work in the underground. And, like, I think the series, at least this is my own kind of personal reading of it, it can feel very frustrating by each season's end, because all the efforts the boys and this, like, in the rebellion does, is ultimately getting squashed time and time again by Vought, by Homelander. um and so I wasn't sure if anyone was familiar with that series.
And I don't want to like give away the whole context for Huey saying this, but Huey, like kind of our protagonist in the season finale that just aired this week. What did he say? If we're really serious about fighting monsters, we're gonna have to start acting a little more human. Which I was just like, hey, I like what's that Wayans Brothers movie? Don't Be a Menace. I was just like, ding dong message. There it is.
Oh man, I'm so glad you brought that up, Lauren. 1 billion%. I don't have the courage to see The Boys yet. I haven't yet. I've been told by many of people that it is quite intense, but it's phenomenal, as you've clearly explained, Lauren. Yeah, no, gosh, I know there's so many explorations of these comic book characters that we can talk about. But I do want to make sure that we cover all monsters that people thought about maybe today. And don't worry, we're gonna come back to vampires and X-Men. But I'm curious if there are any other monsters franchises that anybody else thinks about when exploring those topics.
And before we go on to someone else's monster, I did promise Camille I would explain how the 16 million dead Genosans got a happy ending this year in the comics, but save that for later.
You did say that. Yep, we're gonna come back to that. We'll come back to the happy ending at our happy ending. I promise, Dom.
Well, I can go, and I can promise I can bring it back around to superheroes at the end. But when you emailed us this question of like what monster comes to mind when you think of war and genocide, the one that popped into my mind is the golem, not Tolkien, but of Jewish folklore. And forgive me, I have some notes just to be sure I have everything correct.
You're perfect. Go for it.
Okay, thank you. The golem is a being fashioned out of mud or clay by a skilled Jewish mystic. And while the golem may look human, he or she is not fully human. and they are often described as beings that are form without spirit. And golems can perform tasks that they are ordered to by their creators or masters, but they're capable of little else. So they're kind of similar to a concept of a robot or an android or an automaton. And in most traditional golem tales, the golem cannot speak. And that's part of what makes a golem distinct from human. And there are generally one of two ways to animate a golem. You can write one of the many names of God on a piece of paper and place it somewhere on the golem, and that will bring them to life. And another way to do it is to write the word Ehmet, which in Hebrew means truth, somewhere on the body of the golem, and that could also animate them. But then in order to deactivate them, you can either take the paper away with God's name on it, or with the word Ehmet, if you erase the first letter Aleph, it transforms the word into Met, which is the Hebrew word for death. So the concept of the golem is mentioned several times in the Torah. And with the development of Kabbalah, which is Jewish mystic tradition, when that started to develop in the Middle Ages, Kabbalists started writing about golems and how to create them. And there are numerous legends of golems being created by Kabbalists during this time. And in these contexts, golems were generally used as assistants or servants, and their existence was primarily for executing menial tasks. But this begins to change with the popularization of what is perhaps the most famous golem legend, which is the Golem of Prague. And this legend began to circulate in earnest in the late 19th century among European Jews. And in this story, Rabbi Lowe, who was the chief rabbi of Prague in the late 16th century, he created a golem in order to defend the Jews of Prague from anti-Semitic attacks.
Wow.
So here's where the idea of a golem as a protector of the Jewish people originates. Is typically traced to this story. And it is a theme that has been maintained in Jewish lore and literature ever since, especially post-Holocaust. So when I think of monsters that exist in relation to genocide, war, and ethnic violence, the golem is the one that I think of first, specifically because in the legend of the Golem of Prague, he's created in direct response to the threat of ethnic violence to serve as a protector of his people. And the period in which this legend was popularized was full of the threat of anti-Semitic violence across Europe. But obviously the golem has persisted throughout our popular culture in tons of different ways. More ways than I probably am aware of or could count. So like there's an X-Files episode involving a golem, which is actually really pretty good. And then there's like a Simpsons Treehouse of Horror episode. There are all sorts of, yeah, it's great. Yeah. So there are all sorts of ways that the golem has persisted within our pop culture. But I was reading an article the other day that linked the development of Superman and Captain America to they likened a direct line between the legend of the golem, particularly the Golem of Prague, and the creation of these characters because they were created by Jewish Jewish artists and writers.
Oh my
Particularly
gosh.
particularly with Captain America and the idea that he is specifically engineered and designed to be a protector of people against fascism is really pretty interesting.
I am screaming. Oh my gosh, what a connection.
Yeah. Yeah, because if you think about the golem, like for his function of like being a protector of people, that is kind of like a superhero, right?
Oh, what a beautiful, oh my goodness. And the lore and the ritual. There's also that sense too of that man-made nature, but for good, right? Oh
Yeah.
my goodness gracious. What a monster.
And the golem, depending on the story, it could also be quite tragic. because again, the golem is really just designed to do whatever he's told. But in some versions of the story, he gains agency, but usually through gaining agency, he starts to inflict violence on people who are not deserving of the violence and has to be controlled or subdued or deactivated. So there is a really tragic nature, and he's been rightly compared to Frankenstein quite a lot. And in 1920, there was a movie made called The Golem and how he came into this world. And that it was a German expressionist movie, and it had quite a profound effect. It's if you could still watch it, you could watch it today on YouTube. It's really quite fascinating, and it had a profound effect on so many films that followed, including a strong visual reference for the Frankenstein movie that came out in the 30s. So I don't know if Mary Shelley would have encountered the Golem legend when she was writing Frankenstein, but most definitely the Frankenstein movie absolutely references the Golem movie.
Oh my God. And I mean, Mary Shelley was so fascinated with reanimation at that time and that concept. Oh my goodness. And I also
And Mary Shelley.
Yeah,
Oh,
go
sorry.
Dom.
Mary
No,
Shelley
go Dom.
didn't name the doctor. She didn't name the doctor like Dr. Hoxsang or like a Christian sounding German name. It's Dr. Frankenstein,
Right.
That I'd never connected. That's a good point. Yeah.
And also this idea of agency and how you can't win, right? You don't have control. And I think that also touches on what all the other guests have been talking about today, right? Like who's in the right, who's in the wrong, who is the monster, who is not, how do those lines bleed, And it's, the golem doesn't even have a voice technically, but yet inflicts so much. Oh my goodness.
I just wanted to add in with the discussion of the golem. I was reminded of when I first encountered the golem. When I was a little kid in elementary school, they had a picture book that was the story of the golem, specifically the Golem of Prague. And that was a book I really enjoyed as a kid. It had really cool illustrations. It was very kind of dark looking for like a kid's book or whatever. And I even remember reading it back then and feeling so bad for the golem because, again, it's this being that is created to fulfill this purpose. It didn't come, into this life with agency. And I believe in this one, it does follow the storyline of the golem gains agency and does enact violence against people who don't deserve it. But even then, I still felt so bad for the golem because, he didn't ask for any of this. He was brought into this world, and now he's being punished for, making a choice, which obviously I'm not condoning the violence or anything. But still, he's this new being who's interacting with this world, but he has to be decommissioned, basically. And that was also, one of the first ways I encountered, Jewish traditions. I'm not Jewish. I didn't grow up in an area with a strong Jewish cultural presence. So being able to encounter this different culture through this way was very eye-opening for me as a kid. And it is something that I have continued to explore because I think Jewish cultures and folklore is very fascinating. And I watched the really old movie that you had mentioned when I was a kid as well because I loved old school horror movies like that.
Of course you did, Katie.
But yeah, I was that kid.
Excellent point.
Yeah.
And in the 1920 Golem movie, it's really interesting because that was not made by Jewish creators. It was made and directed and starred in by Wagner, who was a German. And he had been filming in Prague. He was an early film star. He had been filming in Prague and heard the legend and decided that he wanted to make a movie about it. And there are a lot of things in the movie now that you can look back on, and it's pretty obvious that it was appropriated. And I don't say that with any morality attached to it, but it was a legend appropriated from one community into another that didn't really understand the traditions of that community. So there are a lot of choices, like the Rabbi Lowe uses like it's never mentioned like it's Kabbalah or anything, but it's like magic and sorcery to bring it. Yeah, so there's lots of problematic things in there. So it's not fully informed by Jewish tradition, even though it's based on a Jewish legend. But to your point, Katie, about like the agency of the golem in this movie, he realizes that once the rabbi snatches the piece of paper away from him, that he is decommissioned. So towards the end of the movie, begins slapping the rabbi's hand away so that he can continue to exist. So, which is heartbreaking.
So much metaphor. I love it. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. What a great choice, Allison. I know we are winding down on time. We have about 20 minutes left, but I'm still curious. Is there any other monster that you all want to explore or talk about today?
I guess I can bring up the monster that I talked about whenever I filled out the little survey, because it kind of is reminiscent of what some of y'all talked about with the Sentinels in X-Men, which I don't know much about X-Men, I'll be completely honest. I've seen some of the movies, but I haven't seen a whole lot of X-Men content. It's really cool, though.
Give you my Disney Plus login so you can watch the show right after this.
All right, I'll think about it. But I similarly wrote about like kind of a part man-made, but also part like bio creature type monster for mine. And I don't know if any of y'all have seen the anime Neon Genesis Evangelion. Oh yeah. It's one of my favorite shows of all time. It means a lot to me. But in that show, it is very much, the classic kind of mech genre setup. And it establishes a lot of the kind of tropes we think about today, because it was made in the 90s. But in that series, you have these beings known as angels that are attacking the Earth, and you also have these beings that are Ava units, which are essentially the mechas that are being operated to combat these angels. And the thing about them is, in classic mech anime fashion, of course, it's teenagers who have to operate these massive robots. And I won't get into it. There's a lot of things to talk about in this series, and there's a lot of things that don't make sense, but or at least I can't parse them as well. But something that I think is really interesting about that series and how it kind of shows the effects of constant war and anxiety and the effects it has on children, like growing up, especially in a very turbulent era for a child's life. The protagonists of the series are like 14-year-olds. And it's why I get really mad when people online call the protagonist whiny or like annoying. I'm like, this is a child who's being forced to fight these giant monsters that are threatening to destroy the entire world. So you know what? Like, he can whine a little bit. But still, it's, I think, a series that really does it explores both like the interpersonal conflicts as well as like how this global conflict can really create a lot of anxiety for people. So yeah, and just the dual aspects of the AV units themselves being both man-made but also having biological elements of them, and they do have these very close, like intense sort of connections to their pilots. So yeah, that's what I wrote about for the little survey thing, which I don't know if anyone has anything to add with it, but I think they are very fascinating beings.
I love just your exploration of these human emotions, these childlike human emotions, right? And I think, in many, of the monsters we talked about today, right, there's some sort of connection to children in that way, children that also unfortunately succumb to this horrible stuff and are part of this terrible violence in the world, right? And the reality of that, right? Like, I am just a child, I am just a kid, and all of this pressure of the world is already on me. I am I am seen as a target. I am seen as the bad guy, right? And I love that you eloquated on that so beautifully, Katie. Those anxieties around grief, around death, around war, around genocide are so real and so frightening, and we can't even process them as adults, let alone a child trying to do so, right? And I have not had the privilege of seeing that anime yet, but I saw a lot of nods and excitement. I hear it's great.
Oh my God,
it's a
Camille,
very good
you'd
show.
love it.
Yes.
That's truly the whole point also of this show, is so that I can watch and read and see stuff that I haven't yet. I'm like, yes, give me the recommendations, please. Please, please, please. Is it an actual manga or is it just a series?
So there is a manga of it. I believe it was originally created with the intention of being an anime, but the creator also created a manga alongside because it was kind of like just best practice of the time.
Yeah.
You don't have to like read the manga before you watch the show. I have not read all of the manga. And also there's a lot of variants, like, different universes that the manga explores.
Yeah.
And the show itself is just one season. There's a movie to it. It's also a movie, but it's a weird kind of in between. It's hard. This whole thing it's hard to explain the canon. There's also another series of movies that are like different canon, same. Actually, I can't even say same characters because they're also like different.
I love this.
Just start with the series. Just start with that first season that was made in the 90s and go from there.
Sounds like a plan.
Camille, I will also say that the Spanish speaking fandom of Evangelion is one of the funniest corners of the internet ever. Case in point, when Katie said
Really?
Evangelion, my brain immediately went, "Oh, Feliz Jueves,"
Feliz Jueves!
even though it is Saturday. Feliz Jueves!
I am even more interested. I cannot wait.
The way I knew where you were going when you said Spanish Ava fandom, Feliz Jueves.
I went to there was like a party on a Thursday of a con I went to. That was the Feliz Jueves party, and it was like the Evangelion Thursday night party.
That's so funny.
I'm interested. I'm there.
Yes, it is a really good show, and it's like very emotional whiplash. You will feel so many things. And yeah, it really, I think, explores those topics, and it kind of builds with intensity. Like, it kind of lays the seeds of, like, okay, this series is going to be exploring these darker topics early on. There is a bit more of, like, a light element early on. There's some comedy, there's some kind of silliness to it. But as it goes on, it just becomes more and more cerebral and psychological until the very end, when it's just a complete mind fuck, for lack of a better word.
Yeah.
So yeah. But
I love those raw emotions. I like that raw processing. I think that's so important to see and read so that you don't feel so alone. I love it. I think that's fantastic. Okay, so we clearly talked about some pretty great characters today. And we could talk about them for longer. We could probably talk about them for this entire live stream if we wanted to. But kind of heading back Dom's direction, I'm curious to see your all's commentary or thoughts, right, about how, if there is a proper way to end this story, right? Is there one? Is there a proper way to see like a to be continued, right? How to write these characters, how to write these stories, how to explore that idea of hope, or how to explore that idea of pain and grief and reality in that way and processing. So I'm curious about that. I'm curious about the endings of these stories and what that means to you all. And like the crazy thing, right? Like if you think about vampires, they don't have one sometimes, right? They're not given, quote unquote, what they all seek, the privilege of having finality in any way, which is an interesting concept. It's an interesting thought to have, right?
Allison talked about the golem and
Yeah.
then linked it into how the early comic book writers were like the vast majority Jewish American. And I think kind of the connection I see there is kind of like midrash, you know what I mean? Kind of like the rabbi's commentary that just like builds, and the next one builds on that, and the next one builds on that. That is to say that like a lot of these stories don't have to end as long as they get picked up by the next teller.
Yeah. There's such importance in the storyteller, people. There's so much importance there.
Yeah, and to go off of Dom's point too, and also to Allison and Katie, what they brought up, um, like I was just thinking as everyone was talking, um, about, and Dom, what you said about like passing on the story, um, even who I was thinking of, even like one I was thinking of with the golem, I was thinking of Beowulf, and how like during, to give context for when the book was written, that like the English were really just like getting like like raided and like beaten up by the Vikings. And so like this story of Beowulf was meant to inspire hope. And how like with Beowulf, he does become like the protector. But I was also thinking too, Katie, when you brought up about like the angels and that story, it made me think of like just even too when we think about war and genocide, like biblical underpinnings as well, with like the war in heaven and like the casting out of Lucifer and his army and the creation of hell. And I think what's interesting is like to look at that, and like that story has continued to be retold as well. Like, for instance, I know with like Has Been Hotel, it features this telling of, Lucifer actually had all these ideas, and because of that was outcast from heaven, and now like runs hell. And the idea that like, his daughter believes souls can be redeemed in hell and could move to heaven, and heaven not necessarily being portrayed as kind of the good guys, so to speak, or you know, the good characters. Um, and I do agree with that. Like is the kind of, I think, like how we can reconcile like war and genocide is to keep telling these stories, because um even to like the phrase history repeats itself, it's not that it necessarily repeats itself, but it needs to be retold and it needs to be learned from.
I completely agree with that. I love that. And one of the things that was popping into my mind that I think kind of an echo throughout each of the characters or narratives that we've mentioned so far is the idea that isolation doesn't work. That in many cases these monsters or characters that we're talking about, they've either been isolated or have chosen to isolate themselves, whether that's out of protection or whatever that way. And the path forward for all of them is in seeking connection and communication with people outside of themselves that way. And I really like Lauren's take there of like, we need reminding of that. And one of the things that I particularly like with kind of studio owned properties is that if you're hired on to work on that character, like, so if Dom were hired to write the X-Men, those aren't his toys. Right, like he's been brought on to work with these toys for a little bit, and then at a certain point Dom will pass it on to someone else, but he still has to have respect for those toys because someone else is going to play with them. And it's important for the people beyond us to be able to connect with them and to say, sure, maybe you put them around or moved them in some different ways, and maybe they go through different motions, but it's still a way for someone else to come in and access them as well. And so I think that is the nature of these stories as well. Is I think even with all of us, is we're all able to connect here and communicate with one another about ostensibly a very intense, huge concept, but in a way that does provide safety for these types of discussions too.
Yeah. Most definitely. Most definitely. Well, last question of this incredible, incredible panel. And Ben, you also segued to this, but I'm curious. Why are monsters such a wonderful vessel for these hard topics? And how could they be helpful for people that feel lost right now? It's hard.
Good question.
Well, you said there might be a happy ending, right, Dom? Yeah.
I'm not sure about like how happy or optimistic this is, but Ellie Wiesel had a novelization about the golem that I would highly recommend. It's been a long, long time since I read it, so I don't remember a whole lot of the specific details, but he has a beautiful passage because in the legend of the Golem of Prague, he ends up being deactivated, and the rabbi puts him in the attic of the synagogue, which is a synagogue that still exists in Prague today, and you can go see. And the idea is that, you know, he's still there and prepared to be animated if needed. But Ellie Wiesel writing as his character has kind of a soliloquy of just like, Rabbi Lowe, why did you put the golem away? Couldn't you see that we still need him? You know, and just he's you know, we're never not we never don't need him. I still feel in my bones this constant fear, you know. So I think that's something, I don't know. That's something that I think a lot of us can relate to, is that feeling of maybe despair, and then the golem is a symbol of potential hope and redemption. But I also I have hope in that we've been talking about superhero characters, in particular, going from the early ones of like Superman and Captain America. It's this like unflinching representation of American absolute morality on the world stage, but now we have something like The Boys, which critiques that idea, right? Looking back through what America has done, not only in its own history, but in like a global way, and our global influence within the 20th century and the early 21st century. We've kind of looked back on that and you know, we are at a point now where we can critique that for, you know, what was best for us is not best for other people. And this idea via Homelander of like American exceptionalism as being something dangerous. So that gives me hope that we are at a point where we can critique ourselves and look back on ourselves like that.
Wonderfully said, Allison. I agree. I like to think there is that hope. Well, thank you all so darn much for such an incredible, incredible roundtable exploration today. Round of applause. You all were absolutely brilliant, as you always are. No surprise to anybody. Thank you all so much for doing this and for talking about such incredible topics, important topics, and for bringing light to and awareness to a cause that's really important. So thank you all so much. I appreciate it. But yeah, everyone, if you're watching right now, we're going to go ahead and take a 25-minute break, but we'll ideally be back at around 3:25 CST. Thank you all so much. I'll see you in a bit.
Hey.
Hello.
Okay, can you all hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
All good.
Yay! I want to make sure if anybody's in the chat, make sure that our audios are working and going smoothly, ideally, hopefully.
Yeah.
Good. Well, hi guys. How was your break?
Oh, you know.
Hopefully good.
Yeah.
Good.
Love it.
Good. Well, we have some really wonderful news that I am so excited to announce on the show, guys. We surpassed our initial goal already in terms of fundraising donations. Oh my gosh. How exciting is that? Literally, guys, our initial goal was 250 because in my mind, I was like, we have about 250 followers. And if everybody donates at least $1, we'd get there. And I am just so floored and so moved by the reception of this campaign and of this show. And I'm so thankful to the Floaties guests that made this possible and continue to make this possible and to fight for what's right. So I'm just so thankful. I'm so excited. What that means, though, is that we're going to continue the raffle even further and we're going to keep on shooting for the stars, people. Let's make it to 500, right? Right? Why not? Right? We have the
we can do
possibility. We have the possibility. All that being said, too, originally I had scheduled time to start doing a raffle, part of the raffle right now, but we just got a massive influx of donations. So I'm going to wait a while so that Michael can write all those lovely names in our little hat that we're drawing from. Which is a good, fantastic, amazing problem to have. So what that means is over to the next break, that's when we'll start doing these wonderful raffle reveals and see if people have won anything awesome. But yeah, thank you all so much for your support. Also, I wanted to make a mention. If you are a raffle winner today, you're also going to be getting a very, very, very special treat that actually is not out in public just yet. It's going to be. But we have something right here. That is the first ever Floaties for Krakens sticker. I don't know if you all can see that. It's kind of incredible. Designed by our beautiful, incredible, amazing Natalie Hedberg. I mean, come on, look at that thing. It's amazing. It's amazing. It's incredible. It's an amazing sticker. Plus, I don't know, maybe another one? Maybe another little guy? Possibly? Look at that. Look at that little guy. You could win him. Come on. Isn't that the cutest thing you've ever seen?
It's adorable.
These are official. These are real. So, of course, we're going to one day, sell these, raise some money, do some good. But for now, if you're a raffle winner, you automatically get one of these guys. So, pretty good cause, pretty good trade-off. I also wanted to say, we're getting donations in terms of these Floaties guests to this raffle from all across the nation. There are a couple of people who I already have the actual items that we're raffling off. So I just wanted to show those off really quick because they're really cool. Katie Bennett actually donated this guy right here. This is a 500-piece puzzle, and it's the coolest puzzle I've ever seen in my life. It's vintage. It's amazing. All the pieces are there. And it's amazing. You could definitely win this amazing puzzle right here. Pretty cool. And also, this specific book, if I'm not mistaken, is not part of the raffle, but the author of Monstrous Cartography is the incredible Robin Gao. Robin is an amazing, amazing poet, author, activist, human being, and wrote, I know it's kind of hard to see, sorry, my glares, but this is Monstrous Cartography. However, Robin is donating their Mothman book. So, I mean, come on. We're about to have such an amazing raffle time, and I'm so thankful to all the Floaties guests who have contributed and donated. Yeah, well, without further ado, I guess we should get on along to the next panel. Sound good, everybody? Keep donating.
Amazing.
Also, if you
guys are amazing, love it.
Yeah. If you hear audio problems in the next panel, let me know. Let me know in the chat. Because we're learning and we're fixing and we're trying our best. But yeah, let's hop on over there, shall we? Hi, everyone. We're loading.
Hello.
Hi again.
Hello. Hi, Maddie.
Hello.
Hey,
Am I sounding
everyone.
all right? I got my microphone all set up.
Ooh, I can hear you. Can everybody hear each
Splendid.
other?
Yep.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Oh, wonderful. Chat, if you can hear us, are we sounding okay? Are we all able to be heard, seen? Nothing crazy? Hopefully. And if not, we'll fix it. Scary story time. Okay, so just so everybody knows, we are going to be having another person, the amazing Robin, pop into this at some point. They're just busy and doing all the amazing things in the world, so they're going to pop on in at some point during our hour-and-a-half discussion. But this is the incredible Scary Story Hour. I am very, very excited for this. This is about to be so much fun. Basically, the whole point of this little segment, right? We started off pretty, complex, pretty intense with our first panel, talking about really complicated things and topics and explorations, but also, of course, sharing a good laugh and ideas of hope and ideas of the future, a future we'd like to see, right? So I'm so excited. I'm so excited for this because the whole point of this panel is not only to have fun, but to create some levity in this world that can feel very hard and very scary and very terrifying. So I'm excited for this Scary Story Hour. And all of these three incredible human beings I know are going to scare the pants off of one another, and I'm very excited about it. Before I go over how we're going to kind of strategize and organize the panel itself, I'd like for each of you to introduce yourselves, please, in case nobody caught the very first panel that we had. So if you all don't mind, I'm going to call on you. And I see a shark, Maddie. If I call on you, if you could just introduce yourself, your pronouns, and let everybody know who you are, what you do, and if you don't mind, what monster you chose for your episode on Floaties for Krakens. That would be awesome. I'm going to start with Maddie.
Oh, all right. Well, my name's Maddie Howard, Matthias Howard, if you're using government full formality. um, and I am a folklorist, specifically of internet history and in regards to trauma and trauma processing. And my Floaties for Krakens episode with Camille was about doppelgangers and the idea of a copy of oneself being or not being monstrous and reckoning with your own self-loathing.
What a freaking fun episode it was. I don't think I've laughed so hard in a long time. Thank you, Maddie. All right, Lauren.
Hi, everyone. My name is Lauren Rocha. My pronouns are she, her, and I am an associate professor of practice in the English department at Merrimack College in North Andover, Mass. I'm also the author of the recently published book. It came out in March, The Sinful Maternal Motherhood and Possession Films. So films like The Exorcist, Rosemary's Baby, Insidious, The Conjuring, The Babadook. So if you're interested in films like that, definitely check it out. And so I'm excited to be here.
We're so thrilled and privileged to have you here too, Lauren. And in case you didn't catch it at first, that incredible book is up for raffle. And we're so excited about it. Somebody gets to own it and hold it in their wonderful little hands. So thank you so much, Lauren, for contributing such amazing work, not only today, but just to the world of feminism and monstrosity in general. So thank you.
Oh, thank you.
All right, Katie.
All right. So my name is Katie Bennett. My pronouns are she, they. I am a recent WKU Folk Studies grad. A lot of my research is focused in like women's narratives, specifically like ghost storytelling, or just supernatural storytelling in general. I taught the supernatural folklore class at WKU. I'm very proud of that. But yeah, so this perfect panel for me talking about scary stories and stuff. And for my Floaties for Krakens episode, we talked about zombies.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
It was so much fun. Okay, I'm getting some information in the chat that says some of our audio is a little bit quiet. So let me
Ooh,
see.
okay.
Let me see if I can fix that because I want to make sure that everybody can be heard. So let me make sure. Let's see what's going on here. Can everyone make sure that if they have a microphone, it's not muffled or in front of anything or anything like that?
I've got a pop filter, but that shouldn't be hurting me.
I think you're good.
Me as well. I've got a muffler
Oh.
for this.
Yeah.
But
Oh no, go ahead.
For some reason, you're a bit quiet, Lauren. I don't know why.
Oh, hold on. I did change the audio settings.
Okay, let's try. Let's play.
Let's see.
Hi, Robin. We're just doing some technical difficulty things really quick.
It's all good.
Welcome. Sorry, Lauren.
All right,
Go ahead.
and also, thank you, Katie, for reminding me. My pronouns are he, him.
Thank you, Katie. Sorry, Lauren. Go ahead. What were you saying? Something about your audio? Let's see.
Is that better?
It's still a hair quiet. I don't know why though. I want to see if I can fix that on my end. Maybe
How
that's
about that?
possible. Let us see if we can do that. I wonder why. Okay, that's different. Sorry, everyone. Just pausing. I want to make sure they can all be heard. Oh. Okay, go ahead and say your full name, Lauren. I think I can fix it. And just say a couple things. What's your
sorry,
favorite
I'm
color in the
from-
world?
What's that?
Go ahead and say what is your favorite color in the world so I can play with your volume.
What is your favorite color in the world?
Okay. Wow, your volume is literally at the highest it possibly can be. I wonder what's going on.
What is your favorite color in the world?
You are a tad bit louder. What is going on? The joys of live streaming, everybody. It's okay. We'll get there. We'll get there. Lauren, can you do me a favor on your little Discord chat? Maybe. There might be a way that we can raise your volume somehow. And I'm new to this Discord thing too. Let's see. If you go to the settings, maybe? We're going to figure this out, guys. I know, we're all looking at our settings now. Here we go. That's fine. We can do it together.
So sorry.
Oh my God, Lauren, not your fault at all. We're figuring this out. This is not your fault. I just want to
I'll
make
do
sure you
some
can be
social
heard.
media promo in the meantime.
Period. Everybody go donate in the meantime. We're going to make this work, people.
This might be silly, but have you tried like leaving and joining again?
That's not silly.
I'll go do that.
Let's try it.
Okay.
Let's try it. It is not silly at all.
Okay.
We're making it work.
It's like literally the only tech thing I know is like, have you tried
Oh,
just doing
did you
it
try
over?
like blowing on it? See, that's what I think about when like I remember having my Nintendo cartridge. I'm like, did you blow on it? That should work.
Is that better?
You know what? It's a little better. You're still a
Little bit.
hair quiet, but it's a little better.
Okay.
Why is that? You know what? I can hear you. Can everybody in the panel hear?
Yep.
Then what we can all do is just raise your volume on your computer. And that's fine. That is totally fine. And I can at least hear you, Lauren, which is the important part.
I am so sorry.
No,
Like
it
I'm
is
always
not
the
your
person-
fault. No,
there's a
I'm
tech issue-
apologizing for not being as tech savvy as I wish I was. But this is a learning experience, so we're all figuring it out.
I apologize. I always have audio issues. If there's ever anything I'm part of online, I'm the culprit. I'm sorry.
No, you're doing amazing. You're a brilliant human being. Do not apologize. There's no reason to. You're doing great.
Apology rejected.
Dang, Maddie. Well, Robin, before you popped in, I was just letting everybody know, if you all wouldn't mind stating who you are, your pronouns, what you do, and what amazing monster you chose for your Floaties for Krakens podcast episode. So you are the last one, Robin.
Awesome. I'm Robin. I use it, they, and he, him pronouns, and I talked about the squonk for my Floaties episode.
And what do you do?
Oh, yeah, I'm a writer. I write books for like middle grade and young adult audiences, and I also write adult poetry books, and I do like various other kinds of community organizing and education work.
You were busy today, weren't you? Doing similar things?
Yes, I was.
Busy.
I was at a disability pride festival, and it was really nice. It was really cool. I was happy that there is a space for that.
And I'm glad you're a part of
Lots
that
of
space.
monster lovers. There's lots of monster lovers in the disability community.
I love
which
that.
I appreciate.
I love that. And I think it's a beautiful space to just feel safe. So I'm really glad that you were there and represented. That's amazing. Okay. So this lovely little panel is going to be basically a free-for-all, right? The only question I had for these wonderful, amazing panelists was, what's the scariest thing that's happened to you? Which I realize is a very broad question and can mean a lot of things. But I was just curious because I really want to have a good time. And I feel like sitting around almost campfire style, telling scary stories, exploring each other's like personal narratives and talking about them. I don't know, it's a beautiful conversational space to talk about things and escape things that are sometimes really hard and really difficult. And who knows, maybe some of these scary stories rather may talk about hard things and difficult things, but we can approach it together and talk about, I don't know, what that makes us feel and processing grief or death or the other or the beyond or the monstrous or what have you. So I'm really, really excited to talk about scary stories. But yeah, so before I open the floor, I of course have to start this panel like I do with every single Floaties for Krakens episode. I know we kind of talked about it in the last panel, but we're going to talk about it again. If you all wouldn't mind answering the question, what do you all think is a monster? The beloved question. I think in the first panel, right, we talked about the idea of not belonging. We talked about the idea of searching for acceptance, wanting acceptance, being otherized and marginalized by society, we talked about, right? Cultural marginalization, sexual marginalization, right? We talked about, what else? The idea, the concept of being born into a situation that makes you monstrous, right? As something as like war or genocide or the like tends to do, right? And so I'm curious. I'm also very curious because I have a very important follow-up question after this for you all, especially for this panel.
I think in the episode you and I had together, Camille, I ended up saying that the monstrous is a judgment call made by one entity about another. So it can be a noun, person, place, or thing can be monstrous, but it's of someone else's decision and control. One can reclaim it, I guess, or one can call themselves monstrous, but it's more often than not that originates from someone else's judgment call.
That judgment is such a huge part of it. It's a terrifying part of it. There's a lot of privilege and power in that. I love it. I love it, Maddie.
Yeah, that's so interesting. The definition I was kind of starting to think about was similarly also about like someone else's judgment call. I was thinking of like someone else thinks that they're afraid of, like as kind of the definition of it. because it has so much to do with like often like an unfounded fear or a founded fear, because there are monsters that like I don't know touch on like real I don't know real concerns. Like I think about like my family talking about not going in the woods at night. Like that's a realistic fear. And so
Yes.
like some of the
Yes.
monsters associated with that are not the same terrain as like ones that are literally just like I don't know to be caricatures of disabled people or something like that. So something about fear or other people's fear.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Absolutely, Robin. It's a terrible breeding ground for violence. It really is. I think it's a brilliant definition. Fear is a big part of it.
And I think also too, like when we think about like the monster, like and what is a monster, I think you can also say like a monster is a reflection of humanity.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Because like you have the traditional monster who's kind of the outcast, the villain, but I think like monsters are a way for people to really explore kind of their dark selves and really like what they don't really want to think about of themselves, whether it's grief, it's trauma, whether it's also too just like feelings that like they don't want to put on display, or even to like feelings of wanting revenge, of anger. That's what I think of when I think like what is a monster and what is monstrosity. That it's very much tied to what it means to be human and humanity.
Oh, absolutely. It's almost difficult sometimes to define them separately, right? It's like a giant Venn diagram, if anything, right? And a lot of the time, as we talked in the first panel, right, we find a lot of solace in that monstrosity. We find ourselves actually feeling the most human, quote unquote, we've ever felt when we're like, oh, that monster's me, right? Like, I can see myself in that. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, well, I know, right, that we're really gonna have some fun exploring monstrosity in scary story form, but I have quite an interesting question for you all. Now, I am not 100% right, like, I don't know where these scary stories are gonna go. I don't know if you all, like, what exactly everybody is going to talk about and tell today, but I have a question to pick your brain. Not that every single one of your stories has to be a ghost story, right? But that is a typical thing that people think about with scary stories, like, oh, definitely ghosts, spirits, right? Or possession or something of the like. Do you all, what is the Venn diagram of monstrosity and ghosts? I'm curious, right? Because there's a lot of people that are like, are they the same? Is it the same? And I really want to see what you all think about that.
It's interesting because you asked this when literally right before I was thinking to myself, you know, usually when I think about monsters, I usually don't group ghosts into that category. It just seems something like totally different in my mind, which of course, as we explore and as you explore in the podcast, the term monster is very fluid. It doesn't just have to mean one thing. I think in my brain, I also think about how when I would teach supernatural folklore, how I structured my class was monsters and ghosts were their own units. And monsters, I always saw having this more like physicality to them, whereas ghosts, you know, obviously a lot of people think of ghosts as being incorporeal. But when I really sit down and think about it, I'm like, well, ghosts, again, they're like this, you know, not quite human, not quite another thing. They are things that we don't understand and things that many people can fear, but also, like, again, they are often representative of those emotions that are hard to address, like grief. So I guess they are monsters in their way.
I love that you said it was complicated because it is. It is, and it's fun. I love that there's not a direct answer. Because you're right. You know, oftentimes when you think of a monster, you're like, oh, that has to be a physical being that I can touch or something, right? But then when you get into this beautiful concept, one of my favorite words in the world is haunt, right? Or haunting. Um, and just how many things, ideas, concepts can actually do that. I mean, if you listen to a really good song that stays with you forever, that's haunting, right? That song is haunting you. It's with you. It's affected you, right? And I like to argue, right, that both monsters and ghosts can do the same. And therefore creating almost these physical beings, these physical feelings of expression and feeling, which is kind of scary to think about. But I don't know. I love picking people's brains about that idea.
I would agree that like ghosts are monsters because
Yeah.
like the topic of like something needs to be corporeal or tangible to be a monster. Like I think of even too and I know you and I have talked about this, but like demons or something that possesses a person. Oftentimes it's like a ghost, it's a spirit,
Mm.
and but it's still considered a monster. And I think even too, like when we look at the idea of a ghost, and even like the ghost of like a friendly ghost, or like a loved one who's haunting someone or something, I think ghosts still fit that monster category because they do remind us of something we don't want to think about, which is death.
Mm.
and
Hmm.
and how do we like will we be able to let go or do we hold on? And I think a lot of times in our culture we don't like to really think about death. We don't like to think about even to like those who passed.
Yeah.
um and which if you look at other cultures there's much more of a remembrance. But I think the indominant culture, like it's kind of like okay, after the person has passed, like you're not supposed to really show a lot of emotion. But again, I'm speaking also too, I'm in the Northeast in New England, so I
Yeah.
think there's still that kind of puritanical view
Hmm.
of kind of again like not real of being kind of stoic and show and not showing a lot of emotion.
Right. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I love it. I love this idea of the physicalities of grief. It's so hard. It's so hard. It's such a hard thing.
uh, for me with ghosts and monstrosity, it's interesting because when I think of what usually earns someone or something the title of the monstrous is usually their appearance or how they're
Mm.
perceived or perception. But I
Mm.
think sometimes with ghosts or the incorporeal dead, it's more so based on their actions. Sometimes it can be their physicality, like this is contested as to whether it's a ghost or not, but Dulahan, the headless horseman,
Mm.
it's very much about his physicality and his frightening appearance. But a lot of ghost tales that are like an axeman haunts this asylum or something like
Mm.
that. It's not necessarily it could appearance occasionally ties into it, but a lot of specifically ghost stories that have malevolence to them is because of past actions when they were still living or actions they take now as a form of revenge. I'm thinking like Onryo's, so like the grudge, the idea of
Mm.
unquiet or hungry spirits.
Oh, I love it. Oh, absolutely. Oh my God, I hadn't even taken the headless horseman into account. That's such an interesting concept. And then you take off his coat, and where is he? You know? I love it. I
It
love
could
it.
be contested as to whether the Dullahan is a cryptid or a ghost, whether he was a person initially or if he just started out like that.
Oh,
There's arguments about that.
I love it. I love it. What a good conversation. Oh, that's great.
And that's interesting. I think that the lines that I would draw, I feel like it has a relationship between like how people feel about the ghost story determines whether or not they're a monster.
Mm.
Because like I feel like ghost stories that are like people are more sympathetic to, and less afraid, it feels like it starts to creep into a different territory than like monstrous.
Mm.
Um, if that makes sense. But then
Yeah.
like ones like that we're listing out, like those totally feel like a monster to me. Like I think of just even like town legends of like a person who was wronged in some way and they,
Mm-hmm.
like you said, like haunt a old asylum or something like that. That
Mm.
definitely feels like that's creating that person into a monster. But
Mm.
then like there's I think about like one of the story. I won't give away my story, but one of the stories I'll tell is I grew up in like a house I believe is like very haunted. Um, and one of the ghosts, not a scary story, just like an old lady. We were like very sympathetic to her.
Yeah.
And so like she didn't feel like entered into like a monster realm, but there are other things that like definitely felt different. And I think it's because the way she behaved was like very much like like a human would. And I think that sometimes the ghost enters the monstrous realm when they have like it's like they've gone to have an existence beyond their life. So like exacting revenge was something they couldn't have done in their life, and so that's like it. The ghost has had like a second life where they're still, I don't know, have autonomy or something like that. But the ghosts that are a little bit more like a projector than less like a being, um,
Oh, wow.
seem different.
I love that word. Right. And we explored that concept of reflection in the earlier panel today, too, that idea. And it's so much, I love that concept of like, is it projecting? What's it projecting? And how does that affect you? And that idea too, that like, as you mentioned, the elderly lady, right? That haunted was a human, was a person, right? And that also blurs the lines of this idea of humanness and monstrosity or what have you. And I love it. I think I'm so excited to talk to you all today and to hear what scary stories you have to give. Okay, so let's get into it. Let's get spooky. So there's no rhyme or reason, as I mentioned earlier. There's no order. Whoever wants to go first can go first. And it doesn't necessarily have to be like everybody tell a story and that's it, right? Like we can talk about it, we can explore. If that reminds you of another scary thing that happened to you, go for it, right? There's no strict way to do this. I just want to have a fun, scary story discussion. So whoever would like to volunteer, please be my guest. I know it's scary.
I'll
No
go
pun
first.
intended. Yay! Yay, Katie. Go for it.
All right. Well, most of the ghost stories that I've like collected over the years, I don't have much of my own like that has happened to me. I like to think ghosts don't like me. I seek them out, but they don't want to show up. But I have like collected a lot of ghost stories over the years because of my research. A lot of mine come from my family, primarily my mom's side that came from Eastern Kentucky. So I guess I'll start with the first ghost story that I ever heard in my family, that passed down. And again, this one is kind of like, similar to what Robin said, how, sometimes your perception of one entity or another, like it depends, like, oh, would you consider that monstrous or not? In this story, very much the teller and I think the audience wouldn't consider the ghost itself monstrous per se, but you can make an argument. All right, enough rambling.
love it.
So this story is about my great grandmother. Her name was Emma Jean. We all called her Mama Jean.
Oh.
I was privileged to be able to, know her until she passed when I was around 16. But she grew up in a little community in Floyd County, which is out in eastern Kentucky. It's right by Pike County, if you've ever been out there. And so she, growing up, was the oldest daughter. Her mother, when my great-grandmother Jean, she was about 8 years old, her mother actually passed away right after giving birth to Jean's younger sister, Marcella.
Oh, wow.
And so, Jean, she kind of had to grow up quickly. Her father did eventually remarry, and they had more kids. But not too long after her mother died, obviously she's very scared and very sad. And from what I understand, the crib for the baby was also was near her bed. And so she would sleep by the baby often. And so one night she couldn't sleep, and then she sees through the door this woman in a long white gown comes through the door. And who's this woman? It's her mom, but her mom's been dead for weeks now. The only other person who lived in that house at the time was her father. And so she's like petrified. She's a little 8-year-old girl, and her recently deceased mother has walked in, wearing a dress that was much cleaner and much nicer than anyone she owned. But she comes in, and she kisses her little baby daughter, who she died giving birth to, on the head, and then she kisses my great-grandmother on the head, and then she turns around, and there's this wardrobe in their room where she kept her clothes, and she opens the wardrobe, and she steps in, closes it behind her, and she's gone. And so that story was one that my great-grandmother would tell to my mom whenever my mom kind of goaded it out of her. Obviously, it was kind of a hard story to tell, but she knew that my mom, as a kid, really enjoyed ghost stories.
Yeah.
So she would tell her about her different experiences. And so that was a story that my mother told to me. It wasn't my great-grandmother who told me that, because, like I said, she would sometimes... It would be hard to talk about, because it's about her mom, of course.
Yeah.
But even though she was scared, there's never been, like, any doubt that, like, that was her mom. Like, no ifs, ands, or buts.
Yeah.
Because in my, like, ghost storytelling, like, interviews I've done, you know, some people believe that ghosts aren't, like, departed spirits, that they are other entities that can kind of pretend to be people we knew. Some people believe that. Some people do believe that these are the spirits of people who once lived.
Sure.
And that's, you know, what my family's always believed, that this was her mom's spirit come to comfort her daughter. So, yeah, that's one that's passed in my family for a while, and it's always just really gotten to me. And it very much has that typical image I think a lot of us think of with ghosts, like, oh, it's a lady in white, you know, kind of floating in. Very distinct image. So, yeah. Just to break the ice, there you go.
Oh my God. What a story. Oh, there's so much to unpack there. I mean, first off, I'm so sorry for, you know, such deep grief and loss throughout your family, you know, that obviously is passed down to you too, right? In that way, that's so horrible and so sad, and nobody should ever have to experience that, right? And I'm so fascinated, and so I don't know, I get giddy by the fact that she was there the whole time, that she never truly left, right?
Yeah.
She's always been in the surrounding area, and I don't know, I just love that idea. I also feel I love children, and I'm just a firm believer that they can always see they are just charged, my friend. They can see, they're so pure, they can see whatever they want to. Oh my gosh, what a story, Katie.
Yeah, and I think it's one that, even though it was kind of hard for her to tell, I like to think it brought her some comfort, especially knowing she, like I said, her dad remarried. She had a difficult relationship with her stepmom. They butted heads a lot, a lot, from what I've heard. And just the amount of responsibility she had to take on as, like, the oldest child, not just the oldest child, but the oldest daughter. So she kind of effectively had to become, like, her little sister's mom for a while.
Oh my gosh.
And then she was married super young, and she lived a hard life, but she lived a good life, and she passed on a lot of stories.
Those haunt still, right?
Yes, definitely. And I think that's a good way to describe it. They are very haunting.
Yeah.
They linger.
Yeah, yeah. As the Cranberries once said.
Yes, yes. Love that song.
Good song, good song. Lauren, I'm curious, especially with the work that you've done, right? Exploring this version of the maternal, the monstrous, right? I don't know if you've heard any similar stories, or, you know, or if, you know, you've been exposed to them yourself, right? About the idea of haunting mothers in that way. I'm curious.
Absolutely. There's a lot of, I think like folklore, but also too ghostly maternal figures. If you think of La Llorona, if you think of
Yes.
also too um, the these ideas of like mothers or motherly ghosts protecting the young. I know in terms of the Conjuring universe, for instance, there was Bathsheba, who is kind of
Hmm.
this quote bad mother or figure who supposedly sacrificed her child to Satan, to gain power over her land. Um, and I think also too this idea of either like the I think a lot of the ghost stories around like these motherly figures, these motherly spirits, usually will fall into kind of either the category of the protector, or the destroyer, or this bringer of
Hmm.
death. And for myself as well, like in just even too personally, um, in terms of just kind of the motherly ghosts, I actually went to for undergrad, I went to Bridgewater State University, and it's in an area known as kind of the Bridgewater Triangle, where all this kind of spooky stuff is supposed to happen, like cryptids and
Yeah.
spirits. Um, and there and I would see regularly the ghost in Tillinghast Hall, it was called, where like the spirit of that particular building um was like a house mother back in the day, and supposedly like fell
Oh.
onto like the spires of the fence around it.
Oh
And
my.
then there would be stories of that she, like, especially towards like the men who were faculty members, would like not want them to stay past 4 o'clock. And like there were stories of her like just, like spreading all the papers around their offices. And so there was very clearly that, in terms of also too impersonal, just encounters as well. There's also too, when I went antiquing, there's one place by me in New Hampshire, and when I went there, especially when I went towards where like the children's antiques were
Yeah.
in a particular room, I noticed a woman in this long white dress, and when I checked out, I asked them, "Is this place haunted?" And they said it is. There is a woman who haunts it. So, and I do find like antique stores, you have to be very careful in
Mm-hmm.
terms of like what could be haunted, what could have something associated with it. For myself, for my scary story, probably one of the first like encounters was when I was a senior in high school. My grandmother, at that point, she was 90. She had like health problems. And we knew, it was kind of one of those things like, when is the day going to come? And I visited her in the afternoon one day, and I sat on like we always said, like her whole apartment still, even years after she quit smoking, smelled like cigarettes.
Hmm.
The cigarette stained furniture. And I remember just talking with her, and I heard three distinct knocks at the door. And I asked, I was like, "Did you hear that?" And no one said, "Yeah, I heard it," but I there was something in me that was like, "I'll just go check." When I opened it, no one was there, but when I turned my head to the right to look up the stairs, I saw a hooded black figure. And then later that night, when I was back home, we received two phone calls from my aunt, who was staying with my grandmother. The first was to say that my grandmother had thrown up. And then my mom was like, okay. And then the second was that like she had thrown up blood and was taken to the hospital. And essentially over the course of the next few hours, um, like she was dying. And for me, it was my first exposure to the fact that like, especially at the time I was like 17, like what I had been taught about death is like, okay, it just kind of happens. And to witness that, like, and to witness the pain that she was in, even though they gave her morphine, I remember like at one point, like she threw up like a black liquid, and I'm like, I didn't think that was humanly possible. And to see kind of the act of dying spread out over a few hours was something that was new for me. And I remember just wanting that heart monitor just to go down so she wouldn't have to keep struggling. And and right before she passed, like it was my mother, my sister, and myself waiting in the hospital with her. And she sat up and she looked at me. And my mom made the joke, because my family has a lot of dark humor, that my grandmother looked like a toad in her
Oh,
face. It just got very serious and very like, and she looked at me, and then the heart monitor just flatlined. So my grandmother, that was the moment my grandmother officially passed. So that for
Lauren.
me was, yeah, that was for me was one of the first kind of really spooky things that's happened to me.
I mean, it definitely seems like she had such a connection to you in some way, you know? Especially with the whole, like, you were the one who was warned with the knocks, right? Like, nobody else heard anything. Oh my gosh. And I'm so sorry for that. I mean, that's such a tragic thing to process for anybody, let alone a child. You know, I know that was a hard thing, but I do find it interesting, especially, you know, with Katie's story too. I feel like with strong women, there's nothing to be put in their way in terms of contacting the people they love the most and to let them know, I'm okay, I'm going to be okay, it's okay. And I think that there is that sense of that in your story too, Lauren. You know, like I'm sure like this, you know, she might have been thinking, this earthly body, this vessel that I'm in right now is not looking so great. Things are really hard, but it doesn't mean my spirit is gone, you know.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, for me, like I said, like it was in a way relief because I'd seen her and her health going for so long.
Yeah.
Um, but it definitely was, and I was very close to her growing up. Like when she'd sleep over like my my parents' house, she always slept in like my room and I'd be on the floor, and like she really was that surrogate, not that surrogate mother figure for me. And
Yeah.
I always say like she was really the first one who taught me about feminism,
Mm.
because like I remember telling me, what do you want to do with your life? And I said, well, I want to have a career and like I want to be a writer. And then I kind of felt that pressure to add it up with, of course I want to get married and have kids. And she very sternly said to me, there's plenty of time to do that, like focus on your career first.
Hmm.
um, and I now have 4 kids in the form of cats. um,
Woo!
So yes, um, but it is, and actually to go back to your original question about
Yeah.
like maternal spirit figures, another I was thinking of is um, Baba Yaga, who
Mm.
again like she is the one who either targets children who get lost, or will just kind of go after either naughty children or children in general. So again, that subverting of the good mother figure.
It's interesting to see, I think, in society, um, people being so terrified of women, quote unquote, not doing what they're supposed to be doing, right? And not, or not in the typical caregiving nature, right? Good mother or what have you, right? If there's any, you know, I don't know, deviation or way off that path just a little bit, society freaks out, right? And they're monstrous and they're terrifying and they're devious and they're wrong, you know? And it's interesting to see that, how those cultural norms or societal norms, whatever, that misogyny, right, gets interwoven with these narratives, right? With these ghost stories that we tell and pass down. It's very fascinating. Yeah. Ugh, I love it. I love it. Well, you know, I do know, Robin, that you had mentioned something about you grew up in a haunted house, and that's what made me think of with Lauren's story about knocking on the door and things. So I'm curious. You want to go next?
Sure. Um, my parents' house is a very, very interesting house. Um, I will tell the scariest story first and then tell some of
Oh,
the other disparate portions of the experience of growing up in a haunted house. Um, the just to paint a picture, the house is like a probably built in the early 1800s to late 1700s. It's like an old farmhouse. Um, there was all sorts of weird stuff with the property when my parents got it. All of the stairwells are sealed off so that there's a door at the bottom and a door at the top, and so they're like these dark stairwells.
oh
Um,
my.
there's a lot of which are very scary and like weird passageways in it. And the house was like basically falling apart when my parents got it, and like all my childhood we were always as we lived in it, renovating things. And so it was a very interesting space. Our yard was full of cisterns, which, if you don't know what a cistern is, like kind of like a well. And so my dad was
Oh.
always like filling in these like cisterns because it is essentially like a broken up old farm property. So those used to, as I understand them, kind of act as irrigation or drainage. But anyway, that hopefully paints a picture of like our strange little house. Um, I think that like I always experience weird things, but I have a belief that like ghosts or hauntings kind of like in a household gravitate to whoever is maybe like experiencing like the most intense emotions or trauma or something like that.
Hmm.
I was a very like not well teenager. I like struggle with a lot of different mental illnesses. Primarily like OCD and an eating disorder, and I was very not well. And as I got more unwell, the like haunting things continued to rise. And they culminated in this one specific haunting where um, in the middle of the night, the door to my bedroom would open, and someone would clap at the end of my bed until I
Oh my
woke up.
gosh,
And
no.
when I woke up, there would be a tall, dark figure who would just stand at the end of the bed. Um, and I was scared of it, obviously. So I would pull the covers over my head and just wait until they stopped clapping. And every time I woke up, I waited for them to stop clapping, and then I would like pull the covers over my head, and the door to my room would still be open. And then I would go up and close it, and just like hope that it didn't come back. Um, I think like on one of the worst nights, like things in my bedroom would fall off the walls. I had like
Yeah.
lot of paintings of saints, and so like the saint paintings would fall off the walls. Would wake up with all the paintings off the walls. After this like entity would like again clap at the end of my bed. Um, and it only really stopped because I moved out of my parents' house.
Huh.
And in college, I lived in a dorm, and it didn't follow me there. But the real creepy part
Oh
comes
gosh.
after I've left. And so I came back for the first time from college. And I have a brother who's much younger than me. He was born when I was 15, so he's 15 years younger than me. So he was probably maybe like 6 or 7. And I never told my parents about this experience that I had because I was mentally unwell and I didn't want them to be like, I need to have you committed. So
Oh,
I
Robin,
was
yeah.
like, I don't really want to tell anyone about this. I'm just hoping the haunting goes away. So never told anybody, even like my friends. Um, and so the first time I come back from college, my brother is an artist, my like youngest brother. He draws all the time, and he always has since he was a little kid. And he showed me his journal, and he showed me a sketch of this dark figure that looked very much like the figure that would come in my room. And that alone, a dark figure is something that you could emulate. And I was like, "Oh, you're drawing. Like, tell me what you've been drawing, Joey." And he was like, "This asks about you." And I was like, I will never sleep here again.
Oh.
I will never sleep there again.
Uh. Uh.
And I've asked him about it since, and Joey said definitely creepy.
Oh my god. What, Robin? What?
Yeah.
You're kidding. You're kidding.
I'm not making that up. Like, it's really true. It really happened.
Oh my gosh, absolutely
And
not.
he would write on the pages, he would write that it was a demon. Which is interesting because I'm a demonologist. Like, I work with
Right.
demons in my like witchcraft practice.
Right.
I'm not scared of demons, but like, it is a very interesting. I mean, never hurt me. My interpretation of the haunting is
Mhm.
that I think that if I were a spirit living in a space and experiencing someone who was very distressed, I might want to reach out to them in some way. I think they were trying to reach out to me in some way that just was not translating, you know?
Oh my dear.
I
Oh,
don't know.
Robin. I would have passed away. I don't think I
Well,
would have.
I genuinely will never sleep there. Like, that is my
Yes.
like hard boundary. I will not sleep there.
Oh my gosh. And it never touched you to your knowledge, right? Physically?
Not to my knowledge. Not to my knowledge.
Goodness gravy. Are you kidding? Oh no.
I'm
No,
being
no,
so serious.
no.
The other hauntings in my house were a lot less like as large as that one.
Yeah.
The woman who owned the house before us had her family had lived in it for generations, and when she died, this is like a little gross, but she like fell on the radiator, and she was there for months before someone found her because all of her family had
Oh
passed
dear.
away. Um, so sometimes when we turned on the radiator, we would hear like a woman's voice, which like could definitely be like I'm like I try to explore the other possibilities of a haunting. It could be something with the radiator, but it sounded so much, and it was in the attic, and that's where my brother and I would like with our toys. And it was just so clearly like a soft old woman's voice,
Yeah.
and it would come whenever we turned the radiator on, and I know that like my brother and I would purposely be like, it's very cold, but we don't want to turn it on because it's like kind of creepy.
Yes.
So that was the other like consistent haunting. Everything else was like more sporadic and more easily explained by like, a window is open, maybe the door slammed because of X, Y, or Z. But those were the ones where it's like, I don't know. I don't know if I can explain that one away.
Like, and you and Joey never really talked about it prior to that. It was just like, by the way.
No, never. No, my brother, my Joey and I never really talked about it at all. I have another middle brother who, um, I have talked about it since, but other than that,
Yeah.
like, yeah, my parents don't think it's haunted, but I'm like, I don't know. I think it is.
I would have been like, Joey, tell him you have the wrong number. Nobody's home.
Yeah. Nobody's home. I don't
Robin's-
live there anymore.
Robin left new phone. Who is this? Absolutely not.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. And I love how you started off this story too with just how that house and you as people, like you, Robin, were going through so much grief and trauma
Yeah.
and complexities, right? Because that is so much energy for not only other beings, right? But like, how they say, like if you think of like a poltergeist, for example, right? The people that
Yeah.
if they're stressed or going through such traumatic situations, they can unintentionally generate things too. And I don't know. And it
Yeah,
sounds
for sure.
that house sounds terrifying. The staircases that lead nowhere. Mm-mm. No, 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 no. Oh, Robin, that's so scary.
Yeah.
Gosh. What? I assume they still live in this house, right, Robin?
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, they've lived in there for a very long time. Yeah, it's a fascinating house. I love old houses.
Yeah.
It's a cool area because it's a lot of like interesting like Pennsylvania Dutch folklore around like ghosts and spirits and I grew up in like a farm town, and so like there's a lot of um I don't know, spooky vibes.
Yes, yes. Oh my gosh. Oh, I can only imagine how freaking terrifying that. Oh my gosh. I don't know. Have you ever had, well, question for the group. Have you ever had sleep paralysis before? Because that's what it also reminds me of in terms of the deathly figures.
Yeah. I've never had that, luckily.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I had kind of like a weird, almost sort of in between. I'm not sure if it was sleep paralysis. This was when I was taking one of my trademark midday naps. During the semester when I wouldn't sleep much at night. I took a nap, and I guess it felt like I got caught between like being awake and being asleep, and it was almost like I was looking at the world through like TV static.
Yep.
And I was like, it wasn't so much that I felt like I couldn't get up, but I couldn't tell if I was awake or if I was dreaming.
Mm-hmm.
It was a very weird in between sort of state. Maybe not entirely sleep paralysis, but some sort of weird between sleep stages thing.
Yeah. Ugh, that's how I have it too. It's been a minute. It's been a thank goodness, because it's just like that. That's why I don't like you know how people use like white noise or brown noise or whatever the noises are I'm like, no, that's okay. You're gonna charge another sleep paralysis demon over here, so I'm okay. No, thank you. Oh, that's so creepy, Robin. I can't even begin to tell you.
It's a good story.
Oh, it's terrifying. Maddie, you have a scary story too, right?
I do. But before that, actually, I do think it's worth mentioning, at risk of being gauche and roping in the host into this. But you told me a very interesting story about a household doppelganger during our episode that I think would be appropriate for this.
I did think about it, and I will. And so, Maddie, I apologize. You're about to hear the whole story again.
I'm excited.
But since, we're talking about haunted houses, right? So this is, this is probably also one of the more scarier things that's happened to me, just like consecutively all in 1 year. So much like you, Robin, grew up in a lot of different old houses, haunted houses, very much so. So this was in, it was around 2009, 2010. My grandpa, my grandmother had already passed a couple of years before, and my grandpa, my dad's side, passed away. And in the meantime, while we were, figuring out what was going to happen, those processes are always just so complicated for the families. My family moved in to their house. We were looking for a house. We needed a house. And so we were like, great, we'll move into Grandpa and Grandma's old house, clean it up, take care of it until, we figure out the next moves and things like that. So I was in high school at this time. Around the same time, also, it's very important because pets are going to make a giant appearance in this entire story. But me and my family have always loved animals and pets, and we rescue anything we find because, of course. And at this time in our life, we had a couple of different cats that were living with us. They're lovely. I'll name them as they appear in the story. And around this time, my brother, who was living in college at the time, and his partner, they were living in Austin, but they decided to move back with us into our house. And so there was we had already had 3 cats, I think. They brought over 2 other cats and another dog. 2 dogs? 2 dogs. So it was a full house, right? It was my mom, my dad, myself, my brother's partner, and a bunch of pets, right? In this house that had just experienced, passing and grief and loss and things like that. And I had always known the house to be a little creepy, in that old way that they are, creaky and cracky and strange. But it was always so full, right? So you don't think about it that way. Oh, there's family and whatever. But because of the passing of my grandpa, family started to disperse, right? It was just grief, and it was quiet, and it was sad. And that's just kind of the vibes. So I want to say the very first thing that happened, it was fall, I think, of 2009, 2010. I can't remember specifically. We're all living in the house. And I remember specifically having my first bout of sleep paralysis. I had never had it before. And I remember specifically the only thing I can describe is a black figure that's demon-like. That's the only thing I can remember. I specifically remember it walking from our backyard into my kitchen, into my room, and basically saying like, I'm going to enter you now. And I was like, and I couldn't move and I couldn't do anything. And then like I woke up and I was freaking out and I was like, what the hell? Like, I've never done that before. Like, that's never happened to me before. And I was like, it's just a bad dream. I was in high school. I didn't sleep very much. All of us apparently were mentally ill in high school and not doing very well and not eating well and not sleep. Just, it was rough, okay? And so I was like, that's probably what was going on. However, I noticed one of my brother's cats, her name was Billie Jean. We love Miss Billie Jean. One of the most beautiful cats I've ever seen. When I woke up, she was growling at the closet. And I was like, and she doesn't do that. So I was like, huh, that's weird. And so like I opened it, I was like, maybe it was a bug. I don't know, just something. And by the way, we should all know in this room, I'm staying in my grandpa's old room. Let that be known. I'm sleeping in my grandpa's old room. So I didn't say anything to anybody because much like you, Robin, too, I don't know, there was just a lot of mental health stuff going on and it's hard to talk about. And so scary stuff, nah, it was just kind of hard to talk about. So life kind of goes on. I'm going to describe the house to you so that you all can visualize it in your head. Okay, so if you walk through the front door, you go straight into the living room, right? This interesting house had a lot of stuff added to it over the years, like more rooms added to it because of growing family and things like that. So you could literally, like, it's a long hallway that goes all the way to the backyard. Like you can see directly through the entire house all the way to the backyard from the living room. Super long hallway. From the living room was my grandma's old room where my mom was sleeping, right? My dad has, whatchamacallit, when you can't sleep at night. Well, hello?
Insomnia?
Thank you. My gosh, my brain had insomnia at this point. So he would sleep in the living room because he likes to listen to his radio to keep his brain busy. Then there's a dining room. The dining room touches into my room. It goes directly into my room, my grandpa's room. My grandpa and my grandma's room shared a bathroom, okay? This is important, I promise. And then from the dining room goes to the kitchen. The kitchen is attached to a guest room. In that guest room is where my brother and his partner were staying. The kitchen, right? Then you open the back gate, you're in the backyard. Okay, just visualize that. That's kind of where everyone is. Everybody is in a different room of the house, pretty much at all times, kind of occupying the entire space. So I remember, I'm trying to remember in order what happened first. I think this was it. I used to sleep on my roof sometimes when I got very stressed. Do not recommend that. Don't do that. Nobody do that. I thought I was an angsty teen and I was like, I'm going to sleep under the stars. Don't do it. It's very dangerous, especially if you wake up on the edge of the roof. Just don't do it. I really do not. Can't stress it enough. But of course, nevertheless, I was doing it. And I was up there and I fell asleep and I didn't mean to. And I woke up at about 3 a.m. Of course I did. The magical 3 a.m. And I was like, oh crap, like I have to crawl back down and sneak back inside so nobody wakes up. So I crawl down. I'm in the backyard, right? I open the gate so I can look in. And at the very end of the hallway in the living room, I see this black figure that looks like my brother. And I was like, quiet, because it was quiet. It was just standing there. And it was very tall. And I was just like, and I was still like processing. I was like, am I asleep? Like, what is going on? I don't know what's happening. And I didn't want to wake anybody up because we didn't want to get in trouble. So I was like, Chris, is that you? Like, I was just whispering, like, is that you? And it didn't say anything. And all of a sudden, it doesn't turn around. It backs into my mom's room. And I was like, what? What is that? What is that? I don't think that's my brother. I do not think that's my brother. So I started freaking out. And listen, I wish I was the hero of my own story. I am not. I freaked out. I ran into my room and covered myself with a blanket because I didn't know what else to do. So I covered myself and I was like, just go to sleep. You're imagining this. Just go to sleep. So fine. Go to sleep, whatever. We don't talk about it. I don't mention it. I'm like, whatever. It's not important. It's fine. The next day, me and my brother are in the living room. My dad is out somewhere, and we're watching. Of course, we're watching. Do you guys remember that show? I think it was called Taps or something. It was a ghost hunter show. Remember, they're like plumbers, and they're like, "We're gonna ghost hunt," but you just probably have a bad radiator. Yeah, really loved that show.
Yes.
Fantastic show. Highly recommend. Chef's kiss. Mwah, mwah. And me and my brother, we were watching it, and his partner at the time was in the back restroom taking a shower, and my mom was asleep in her room. So my brother and I are watching TV and whatever, and we kind of hear my mom giggle a little bit, like in her room. And I'm like, okay, she's probably on her phone on Facebook. I don't know, right? Like she's doing something. So then she comes out and she's laughing like so hard. And my brother and I are like, what happened? Like, did you have a funny dream? Or like, she's like, you kids are just so funny. And I'm like, why? Like, I mean, I know, but like, what did we do? What did we do to make you laugh? And she was like, you guys are playing hide and seek. And I was like, what? No, like, don't get me wrong, that's a great game to play, but you know, I'm a 15, 16-year-old, my brother's in his 20s. We're not doing that right now. And she's like, no, but, and she said, my brother's partner, she's like, he's in my room. He's in my room right now. He's hiding. And we're like, what? And she's like, yeah, he's in there right now. He's hiding. He's facing the wall and he's covering his face and he's giggling. And I was like, and that exact moment, my brother's partner comes from the back of the house, like, hey, everybody, like, what's going on? And I'm just like, what? And so, like, I run in there and I don't see anything. I don't, and my mom was like, oh, okay, I was probably imagining, my mom was very dismissive. She was like, no, it's okay. It's probably nothing. I was just dreaming, or I don't know. And I was like, okay, something is definitely happening. Like, this is not the first, not only instance of spiritual activity happening, but this essence of doppelganger happening, of people being two places at once. And of course I started researching and stuff. And Maddie's an expert, so Maddie could probably speak on this a little bit better than I could. But there is a lot of bad luck surrounding entities that take on the shape of people sometimes, for menacing reasons. And a very common trope sometimes is they cover their face until it's too late, right? Like, you're not supposed to know that's the same person. And it was very terrifying and it was very scary. It started to create a lot of turmoil in the house, right? Like, there was just like stress and anger and, all the things that families just go through, but like it felt charged because of things that were happening and secret things that we weren't telling. I know now they were experiencing stuff I didn't know. One night, we're all asleep, right? Whatever. All of a sudden, we hear a blood-curdling scream in my brother and my partner's room, like screaming. And it's my brother's partner. He's screaming at the top of his lungs. So we're all like, what the heck is going, right? So like we run over there. He's in a ball and he's crying and he's rocking and he's crying. And my brother's crying and and we're like, what's going on? Like, what the hell happened? And to this day, no idea. They're not together anymore, so I can't ask the question, but no idea what happened. He was so scared, he could not say what happened. And I don't know if my brother ever got it out of him, but he was so scared by something that he could not say it. So I don't know what happened, what visited him, what he experienced, but it was terrible. It was really scary. So then one of the final things that happened in the house, my brother and his partner had moved away, and it was just the family living together. And my mom and I had come home late from work. My mom and I went to she worked at a high school, that's where I went. And we had come home late one night after a rehearsal. And my dad was so bothered in the living room. And we were like, what happened? And he's like, I have to show you something. And so he walks us to the kitchen. Our entire kitchen, it almost looked like it was vandalized. Like, everything's broken, everything's torn down. All of our plates and our cups and our china are just broken. Everything's torn, everything's ripped. There's no cabinets on the wall. They all got ripped down somehow onto the floor. There's just crap everywhere. It looks like we don't get tornadoes in El Paso, and it looks like there was a tornado, like just specifically, right, like in that room. And it was the first time I think I had ever seen my dad afraid of something like that. And my dad loves ghosts. He's you know, he loves ghost stuff. But he was like, I think we need to leave. I don't think we're welcome here anymore. And then we left. And, you know, it was weird because at similar times, sometimes the neighbors would say, like, they would see my grandpa walking around outside or my grandma walking around outside. And I was like, can you tell them to haunt us? Because I don't want whatever the heck else is here going on. It was really scary. It was a really creepy thing. I can't explain it to this day, but because of it, I am very scared of doppelgangers of any of any sort. Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah, that's terrifying.
It was creepy.
I feel like I have a deep fear of, like, I don't know, the doppelganger kind of, I don't know, the uncanniness of, like, someone who looks like someone, you know.
Yes. Yes. And, you know, I explained this in Maddie's episode. And Robin, I don't know if you can relate, and I don't want to make you talk about something you don't want to if you don't want to, but I also suffer from OCD pretty severely.
Mhm.
And I know we all suffer from it differently and in different ways, variations and forms. I think I've connected it so deeply with the doppelganger because I'm so terrified of the evil version of what we can be, right? Or this idea of this scary other that we can be, the fear of losing control, the fear of, right? Just this
Yeah,
idea
yeah.
of being not you, not present in your body.
Yeah.
And I've just,
Yeah, it's like a lack of, yeah. Sorry.
you know,
Go ahead.
no, go ahead.
No, I definitely relate to that. I'm like the feeling, it's almost like like that there's like a puppet self and then there's your actual self.
Yes.
And it does feel a little bit like the sensation of possession also.
Yes.
Like the idea of like not being able to control what you're doing and also controlling. There's like so many layers to it. Yeah.
You know, I never thought about it that way. Like there's that idea of ritual too, and this idea, you know, it's not far off. It's not far off. But Maddie, thank you. Thank you for mentioning that. But
Of
please, I don't want to
course, I
take your
mean-
floor.
Also, but yeah, I mean, the doppelganger is a really charged concept. And I don't have OCD, but I do have generalized anxiety disorders in the same family. And the loss of control, the loss of feeling autonomy in a way that's purely your own, especially when I was younger as a middle schooler and high schooler, when my anxiety was really at its peak. Some of the somatic symptoms I was having, some of the physical symptoms, and I'd also occasionally have issues with memory loss, issues with memory retention. So literally things would happen or I would make mistakes and not remember doing them. And so I'm like, who is fucking with me?
Yes. Yes.
Who's out there slandering my name and doing dumb shit? And it was me all
Maddie.
along. You know?
It's such a terrifying feeling. Absolutely. I'm so sorry.
Yeah. But yeah, it's just the idea of feeling it properly in control of oneself, especially in our individualistic society. You know, you are your own self, and that's where you hold the most power. To lose that, whether it's in the form of disability or disenfranchisement or what have you, immediately shakes one's sense of self and security, and a lot of horror is based on that loss of control.
1,000,000,000%.
Yeah.
Oh.
For my corner, at least, similar to what Katie mentioned, I love the paranormal and have frustratingly experienced very little of it. Everyone who's passed away in my family or were close to me have passed away in a very practical means and seem to have not felt the need to stick around, which, I mean, great. But because of that, and because my connection specifically through folklore and through having the peer group here is I do internet culture. Some of the most impactful stories and some of the most fear I've felt is through internet folktales, specifically of the horror category of creepypasta, Reddit, no sleep, what have you. So I've chosen, instead of giving a non-answer in the form of I don't have a ghost story, I've decided to select one of my favorites from the World Wide Web to do a dramatic reading of for everyone's listening pleasure.
Let's go. We're ready.
Yes. All right. So this was posted on the Reddit forum r/no-sleep 10 years ago. So this is 2014 that the story was written. And the formatting of this webpage is that people will make posts as if they're posting on social, like normalized social media. So this story is fictional, but it's written in the style of like an advice post column, per se.
Interesting.
And the online author of this is Nate SW. If anyone wants to, there's credit where credit is due.
Period.
The title of the story is "My Dead Girlfriend Keeps Messaging Me on Facebook. I've got the screenshots. I don't know what to do."
Oh, man.
So, here we are. Tonight's a kind of catalyst for this post. I just received another message, and it's worse than any of the others. My girlfriend died on the 7th of August, 2012. She was involved in a 3-car collision driving home from work when someone ran a red light. She passed away within minutes on the scene. We have been dating for 5 years at this point. She wasn't big on the idea of marriage. It felt archaic, she said, gave her a weird vibe. But if she had been, I would have married her within 3 months of our relationship. She was vibrant, the kind of girl that would choose dare every time. She was happiest when camping, a total technophile. She always smelled like cinnamon. That being said, she wasn't perfect. She always said something along the lines of, "If I cark it first, don't just say good things about me." I've never liked that. If you don't pay me out, you're doing me a disservice. I've got so many flaws, and that's just part of me. So, this is for M. The music she said she liked and the music she actually liked were very different. Her idea of affection was a side hug. She had really long toes. I know that's tangential, but I don't feel right discussing her without you having an idea of what she was like. On to the meat. M had been dead for approaching 13 months when she first messaged me. From this point on, the story changes structure to have a chronology posting. So the first entry here is September 4th, 2013. This is when it began. I had left Emily's Facebook account activated so I could send her the occasional message, post on her wall, go through her albums. It felt too final and too un-Emily to memorialize it. I share access with her mother, Susan, meaning her mother has her login and password and has spent a total of approximately 3 minutes on the website, or on a computer total. After a little confusion, I assumed it was her. November 16th, 2013. I had received confirmation from Susan that she hadn't logged into M's Facebook since the week of her death. M knew a lot of people, so I instantly assumed this was one of her more tech-savvy friends fucking with me in the worst possible way. I noticed pretty much immediately that whoever was chatting with me was recycling old messages from M and my's shared chat history. So, initially here, the September 4th chat log is Emily says, "Hello." Nathan, our protagonist, says, "Who is this? It's really weird receiving messages from Emily's account." Okay, well, in the future, please send me messages from your account even if you want to discuss her page. Emily writes, "Hello." Nathan says, "Susan, you're on Emily's account." So on the November 16th posting, the screen image as follows. Emily posts, "Hello. Let's hit up the trail this Sunday." Nathan says, "Who the fuck is this?" Emily says, "The wheels on the bus." Nathan says, "Please tell me who you are." The wheels on the bus comment was from when we were discussing songs to play on a road trip that never eventuated. Hello happened a million times. Around February 2014, Emily started tagging herself in my photos. I would get notifications for them, but the tag would generally always be removed by the time I got to it. The first time I actually caught on one, it felt like someone had punched me in the gut. She would tag herself in spaces where it was plausible for her to be, or where she would usually hang out. I've got screenshots from 2 from April and June. These are the only ones I've caught, so they're a little out of the timeline I'm trying to write out. And it's images of like usually selfies or Facebook posts where there's a negative empty space in the background, and that's where Facebook is posting the tags. There's no one there. Around this period of time, I stopped being able to sleep. I was too angry to sleep. She would tag herself in random photos every couple of weeks. The friends who noticed and said something thought it was a fucked up bug. I found out recently that there have been friends who have noticed and didn't say anything. Some of them have removed me from their Facebook friends list. At this point, some of you may be wondering why I didn't just kill my Facebook profile. I wish I had. I did for a little while. On days when I can't get out there, though, it's nice having my friends available to chat. It's nice visiting M's page where the little green circle isn't next to her name. I was already socially reclusive when M was alive. Her death turned me into something pretty close to a hermit. And Facebook and MMOs are my only real social outlets. On March 15th, I sent what I assumed was M's hacker a message. The message reads as follows: "Why are you doing this? Why do you keep tagging her?" On March 25th, I received an answer. Emily says, "Hello, hello, hello, hello." Nathan responds, "This is actually devastating. I don't know why you enjoy doing this." Emily says, "OMG, cinnamon-scented candles." Nathan says, "Go to hell." Emily says, "Why are you doing this?" It wasn't until I was going over these logs a few months later that I noticed she was recycling my own words as well. My response seems kind of lackluster here. I was intentionally providing him/her with emotional bait to keep them interested in their game. I was working off the assumption that the kind of person to do this would be the kind of person that would thrive on the distress of others. I was posting in tech forums, looking for ways to track this person, contacting Facebook. I needed to keep them around so I could gather evidence. Before anyone asks, yes, I had changed the password and all the security info countless times. 16th of April, I received this. Emily posts, "We should make our own Jan. Jesus fucking Christ, Samantha. Nah, different. No chance of passing. No chance of passing. How many? Garage side door. Side. No chance of passing." This seems like word salad. All of our conversations so far, it's recycled from previous messages she sent. The 29th of April. Emily writes, "Baked beans on toast. I don't know. I just said, yo, ask Nathan. 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 Nathan." Nathan posts, "I don't know what's happening. I don't know how you're still doing this. Please stop." Emily posts, "Please stop. I don't know what's happening. Nathan, I don't know what's happening." I hadn't discovered any leads. Facebook had told me the locations her page had been accessed from, but since her death, they're all places I can account for. My home, my work, her mom's house, etc. My response here wasn't bait. Yo, ask Nathan was an in-joke too lame worth explaining, but seeing her say it again just absolutely fucking crippled me. My reaction in real life was much less pretty. I'm not expecting my bond back. Her last few messages had started to scare me, but I wouldn't admit it at this point. The 8th of May, I don't have words for this. Emily posts, I, -2, -15. My jumper's in the dryer and it's really cold out, frowny face. Really cold out. Cold, cold. Nathan, please stop. Cold, freezing. I don't know what's happening. Freezing is the first original word she's made. This has given me nightmares and that have only started to kick in recently. I keep dreaming that she's in an ice-cold car, frozen blue and gray, and I'm standing outside in the warmth, screaming at her to open the door. She doesn't even realize I'm there. Sometimes her legs are outside with me. The 24th of May. Nathan posts, "I'm really drunk. I miss you. Whoever's on this account, I don't give a fuck. I keep coming home from work expecting to see you at the computer. Shouldn't I be used to that by now?" Emily posts, "Just let me walk." I wasn't actually drunk. She wasn't an affectionate girl, and it always embarrassed her to exchange I love yous, cuddle, talk about how much we loved each other. She was more comfortable with it when I was boozed up. I get fake drunk a lot. Her reply is what prompted me to finally memorialize her page, thinking it might help curb this behavior. It might seem innocuous compared to her previous message. It's pasted from an old conversation where I was trying to convince her to let me drive her home from a friend's. In the collision, the dashboard had crushed her. She was severed in a diagonal line from her right hip midway down her left thigh. One of her legs was found tucked under the back seat. Going back in time, 7th of August 2012. Nathan writes, "Hey, you on your way home? Emily, when you see this message, please ring me straight away. I rang blank, and they said you left at 4. I'm starting to panic. I feel sick in my stomach. Please, please ring me. Emily, Emily, answer your phone." These are logs from the day she died. She was usually home from work by 4:30. This, alongside a couple of voicemail messages, is the last time I talked to her under the assumption that she was still alive. You'll see why I'm showing you these soon. Yesterday, 1st of July, 2014. Emily posts, "Hey, you on your way home? Emily, when you see this message, please ring me. Straight away. Please stop. I rang blank and they said you left at 5. I'm starting to panic. Please stop. Cold. Emily, Emily, answer your phone. I don't know what's happening. Cold. Freezing." I memorialized her page a couple days after I received the message about walking. Until today, she'd been quiet. She wasn't even tagging herself in my photos. I don't know what to do anymore. Do I kill her memorial page? What if it is her? I want to puke. I don't know what's happening. I just heard a Facebook alert. I'm too afraid to swap windows and check it.
Oh my gosh,
Ooh.
Maddie. What the heck?
That's the story. That's the 10-year-old mine story.
Can you remind me? I might have missed it when you said at the beginning. Is it based on a true story? Or was it?
I don't believe so. I believe it's purely fiction from what I know about it, but since internet postings usually don't come with a lot of context, I guess it's possible.
I guess you're right. I mean, just like the explorations of, and it's your intersections perfectly, Maddie, like everything you study and are fascinated with, but trauma and internet and haunting, right, in that way, and how individuals that grieve either save voicemails on their phones, right, or text messages or things of that nature, just so that you feel close and that you feel normal and things feel normal. But oh my gosh, I that reminds me of a story I remember where, like, wasn't there like a story that used to go around where somebody would get phone calls from somebody who had passed away and they noticed that the phone line was like in the grave or something like that? Does anybody remember that?
That sounds familiar.
I feel like I heard
There's
that.
a lot of ideas of dead loved ones posting from their social media accounts, or the idea of, like, what do you do with a social media account when a person dies? Like the idea of memorializing a Facebook page is an interesting, kind of strange liminal one. I don't remember who told me this, but someone told me that a distant family member of theirs had their adult daughter pass away, and I think it was in a sudden way. But rather than post normal photos to their timeline of their family, they would Photoshop her into the background at 50% transparency. So they would take current day photos with their families with reunions and Photoshop their dead daughter in transparent like a ghost.
That is
right.
No one
really knew what to tell them about that.
Whoa. Did they ever talk about like their reasoning?
No. No one really asked. It was like just strange enough. You didn't even really know how to bring it up.
Sure. Wow.
So everyone just kind of rolled with it.
Fascinating. I mean, you're absolutely right. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. But what do you do with an online persona when that person's no longer there? Like, and more innocuous ways too. There'll be people who post habitually online, or maybe they have some level of social media stardom. And then one day a family member from their account posts, "Hey, sorry to let you all know, this person died yesterday. Here's a GoFundMe." And that's just the kind of abrupt end to that. Digital spaces and its treatment of death, or its attempts to continue post-mortem, so, like a creative's work after the fact, is something that's a very interesting point for me, of just like because it's archival. Everything on the internet sticks around to some degree or another. The information can be kind of lost or be hard to archive, but to a degree, everything you post does leave a kind of footprint. So the idea of you can look through a catalog of someone's life and their thoughts and ideas, depending on what social media they were using, and to make horror out of the idea that posts continue to be made. And even if it was the case that someone had hacked into this Emily's account and was messaging, that's equally as upsetting and sinister as a paranormal explanation.
1 billion %. 1 billion %. Oh, how frightening. But also beautiful. I don't know. It's a mixture of both. Memorialization is such a fascinating concept.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Maddie. Thank you for that. And thank you all so much. I know we're going over time a little bit, but I wouldn't want to do it with anybody else. I'm so glad that you all were here and we're spookifying this entire podcast. I really appreciate it. We need to get around and do it again because I know each of you have like 10 more in you. So I just wanted to say thank you all so much for everything. If you're listening in, we're going to go ahead and take a break. Typically, we were going to be back at around 5:25 CST, but we're going to push it a little bit. So we'll be back at 5:40 p.m. CST. You're going to be seeing Maddie in Animal Crossing, so that'll be really fun. But other than that, yeah, we'll see you guys in about 30 minutes. But other than that, thank you all so much, Floaties guests. We really appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you. See y'all.
Thanks.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, hello.
Hi, everyone. Hello. Hi, Natalie, Michael.
Oh, hey.
Just
Hello.
out of curiosity, guys, because I know I'm not going to be able to hear. Hi, Maddie. I know I'm not going to be able to hear Animal Crossing audio, but is it playing on the live stream? Can anybody?
Yes.
It is. Yay!
I
People
haven't
can
seen
hear.
Octavian in so
My
long.
sweet boy, being the star child. Oh my goodness. Well, hi everyone, and Daisy is also in the chat as well. Hello, Daisy. Welcome. welcome, Daisy. Yeah. Before...
Hi, sorry.
Oh no, go for it, Daisy. Go.
Oh, sorry. My cat is attacking so many things. That was the problem back here.
That's okay. What's your cat's name?
His name is Sniff.
Hi, Sniff. Welcome to the stream. Welcome. Before we get all Animal Crossing out, actually, we're gonna announce a couple of raffle winners. How does that sound, everybody? We're gonna announce. I want to do at least 5 or 6 right now. Does that sound good to everybody? Let's do it.
Yeah.
Let's do it. All right. So we have, okay, this is going to be, there's some raffle winners in here, so nobody look. But one of our friends of the podcast, this is so hard to show. Let me do this easier. Sydney Verjean made this as our special raffling hat. I don't know if anybody can see this. It says kindness
It's
for
so
Krakens.
cute.
Nice little trucker hat. We love to see it. And that's what we're using to pick all these raffle people. So yay, you're special. Okay, so let's see who our first winner is. Our first winner of officially the Kindness for Krakens raffle is Daniele Familia. Woohoo! Yay! First winner. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Congratulations. Oh, hello. I see a kitty. Woohoo! That's number one. Let's do
Mr.
this.
Sniff.
Second winner. Let's see. Michael, you wrap these really well.
I was just making sure you wouldn't tweet.
Azadeh! Woo! Yay!
Woo-hoo.
Winner number 2. Boop, boop, boop. Look at you all. Thank you all for donating. Thank you all for donating. Shake, shake, shake. Next winner is Tiffany I. Yay, Tiffany! Period. Congratulations. Woo, woo, woo. All right, shake. Shake, shake, shake. Oh, I almost dropped them. Amanda Kilcrease. Woohoo! Yay, Amanda. Hi, Amanda. Yeah, congratulations. I know you can't really see the names. I'm not doing a good job at this. Okay, let's do one more, yeah? And then we'll get started. Next winner, next winner. Chicken dinner. Ah, oh my god. Katie! Katie, you won! Wherever you are, if you're still in the stream, I don't know. Congratulations, Katie. Woo! Period. All right. And we'll do the rest of them at the end of the stream. Does that sound like a plan, everybody? Awesome. Well, thank you guys so much. Michael, I know you said you may pop in and out. So thank you so much.
Yes.
It's up to you, whatever you want to do.
got
But
you.
Natalie, Daisy, and Maddie were here to party. Animal Crossing
Go.
style.
Y'all have fun.
Yep, thank you, sir.
Oh, thanks.
See you later. All right, I think I'm getting some reports that we can turn down the Animal Crossing audio a little bit. So let me do that. Hopefully that's a little better. And if not, people can let me know. Awesome. So I think this segment is literally exactly as it sounds. We're just gonna play Animal Crossing for an hour. That's it. Daisy, I'm realizing now nobody knows who you are because you haven't been here yet.
I know, this is my first. I know. I wish I could have been on earlier. Oh my god, well, everybody knows Sniff now. He's.
Hi, Sniff.
Here he is.
You're beautiful,
Strong
Sniff.
man.
Hello.
He's being extra pesky because I've been gone for 3 days at an awesome conference called Play Make Learn.
Ooh.
It's like a game design and pedagogy conference. So there's like lots of maker spaces. There's people who are in creating video games that are like have educational like learning goals in them. There's people who are talking about like how they implement certain structures of like play, make, learn minded pedagogy practices in their classrooms. Maybe it was like 80% librarians, and then some teachers, and then folklorists. And I was there with 2 other Twitch streamers, Humanities at Play and Ludomusicology Thursdays. And I host a Twitch stream called Folkwise. So the 3 of us are all like humanities Twitch streamers. And we had a panel together and we attended the conference. And so I've just been like back and forth. And I drove like 8 hours to Wisconsin last night. And then I got up and I went to a zine fair today. So I've been very folklore this week. And so I'm a little like disoriented, but I'm here. And I really think that this cause is important. And I think that the stream looks so freaking cute. And I'm just so proud of Camille. I'm like, this is awesome. You put so much work into this, and so I can't wait to like watch the rerun through like the rest of the day and just see, like tomorrow or whatever, just to see what you all were up to while I wasn't able to watch. But this has been awesome. So
Thank you,
proud of you.
Daisy. No,
Really?
that means a lot to me. Literally, like Daisy and Dom, everyone are like the live stream folklore gods. Truly, I don't even understand how they do this every week. It's insane. I'm gonna take a 15-hour nap just after today, but I was literally frantically messaging Daisy and Dom questions over the past week or two, and just like, how do you do this? How do you do this? So you're in large part the reason that this is so successful. So thank you, Daisy, so much, and thank you, Folkwise, in general, because y'all are great and just have been a massive help this whole time.
It's a lot to manage a stream, and when you're like, I'm gonna do a long one, I was like, okay, we could do this. Like, energy, let's go.
You know what? We're trying our best. We got an hour and 15 left, so we're doing it, people. We're doing it. All right. So for people that may not know, I remember when I was on Folkwise's show not too long ago, and we were playing Switch. We were playing Super Smash Brothers, and Dom and Daisy happened to look at my Switch and my hours, and they realized just how many hours I have put into Animal Crossing. And
quite a few.
It's pretty depressing. Could a depressed person do this, basically? So Natalie and I would play religiously every day during the pandemic. Every day is even an understatement, huh, Natalie? We would
Every day, all day. Every day, constantly. I think I have over 1,400 hours in Animal Crossing.
Yeah.
I don't know how many you have, Camille. I think it's around the same.
I think it's the same. And I can check right now. I think it's the same.
It was our safe space in 2020 and beyond. And I didn't even own a Switch until Camille told me about Animal Crossing. Yeah, it's been over 4 years.
Oh my gosh.
My brother is the video game player of our household, so I got into only Animal Crossing. I play Stardew now too, obviously the cozy girl games.
Always.
But yeah, we hammered on the Animal Crossing. We redid our islands. I don't even know how many times.
And they're still not done.
And we're still not done. It's not done yet.
Do you know I have an Animal Crossing tattoo?
No.
No way. That's so cool.
Okay, I could show it. I don't know how small it will be or it'll come up, but it's on my shoulder. Maybe, I don't know if I could pull my thing up.
You're lying.
I'm not lying. I got it last year. It's probably gonna be hard to see on stream, but I have like a realistic version of the Animal Crossing fossil.
Oh.
I have like the little fossil, but it's like a line drawing. I know it's like probably hard for your viewers to see, but it's my video game, my secret sneaky video game tattoo.
I love it.
Incredible.
Yeah.
You've inspired Natalie and I. Natalie and I need Animal Crossing. I don't know why we haven't done that. Yeah, we should do that.
Yeah, I thought it was cute. Yeah, a long list of tattoos. I know, it was, I told the tattoo artist, and they were like, say no more. They had, like, the vision in their head. And, they were like, no, nobody ever gets rocks tattooed. Yeah. And I was like, shoot, that's a good point. I never thought about that. Like, people get, like, bones tattooed. Like, fossils.
Sure.
Like, okay. But they were like, nobody gets, like, a rock. I was like, that's kind of funny, yeah. Or it's a rare request anyway. So I thought
only you, Daisy.
It's kind of funny, but it was kind of funny.
You know,
I was like, oh
yeah,
yeah,
has one too. Blathers has
a rock tattoo. Yes,
is correct.
Blathers probably has a rock tattoo.
That is correct. That is correct.
Blathers has a tattoo that says like, I am anti B asterisk GS. I'm anti, like, but can't even say the word. Bugs.
That's incredible. That's incredible. Okay, look, I know for many of you that maybe have never seen Animal Crossing in your life, we are talking absolute nonsense. You're probably like, I don't even know what world this is. And that's fair. This game, and Natalie had just called it a cozy game, right? So the whole point of this game really is just to live your little life, have a little village, basically, do errands, pay bills. I know you're probably like, that's real life, but it's way cuter in Animal Crossing because you have a village full of animals and creatures and beings and entities, and you catch bugs and you fish and you cook meals, and that's the gist. That is pretty much all it is. So we had the idea that maybe we could tour some islands today and see what other people's islands look like, because why not? That sounds really cute and really fun. So yeah, I know, Daisy, you said you have to take off a little bit early. Is that correct?
Yes. Today is just one of those days. It's like a Saturday in the summer where like like 4 or 5 things to do. But yeah, I have another event that I have to go to. But you're welcome to go to do my dream code, or I could whip open my Switch probably right now. But I haven't opened Animal Crossing in a while.
Same.
But
Listen, I think
either
that's all of us are in that boat right now. Maybe.
Okay.
There's some messy islands I got over here.
The dream code is basically you know when you go to sleep,
right? So I go in my house
in a bed.
Right?
Yeah, well, it could be. I think technically it could be any bed, but
okay.
Yeah, but like in a bed, so probably where you have one, like in your house, and you go to sleep, and then Luna talks to you, the sibling of Celeste, the owl, I think, right? She's like, aren't they related? Am I wrong?
Isn't it
feel like there's another
lady?
Owl.
Isn't it that other animal lady?
Oh, you're right. Actually, I think it's...
She's an aardvark?
She's a tapir. That's what it is. Yeah, she's a tapir. Never mind.
You're right.
Oh yeah, I was mixing up how Blathers and Celeste are related. They're siblings. But, yeah, the little, like, tapir lady's just like, you're getting very sleepy. And, let me see if I can find my dream code really quick. But then you go to dream and you can like upload, basically you can upload a public save of your island at any time.
Right.
So anybody who wants to visit different islands, and the reason to do this is like creators or friends do this because you can go to someone's island asynchronously.
I love this.
As opposed to like going on. So that's the purpose of it, I think. So like, yeah, people who are like Animal Crossing influencers or just friends who want to like asynchronously look at somebody else's, their friend's island or whatever, that's what the dream code is for.
I love it. We can totally try it, especially since we're short on time.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Because Maddie, I know we're probably going to have to be like, I forget it's a whole experience to be like, okay, add you as a friend. You have to come over. Then I make you a best friend. I don't even remember.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I could do either. I'm not picky about whether you physically come over or if it's a dream. Either, whatever's easier for you.
I'm good with anything.
I need everyone to come over and help me pick all the weeds.
I'm down.
Cockroaches, because I have some housekeeping that I'm not taking care of by myself. So.
Great. Sounds like a plan. Okay, now the first thing is I need to put a bed in my house. Because I don't think I have
you don't
one.
have a bed in your house? Where are you sleeping, Camille?
Daisy, everything, I don't even, okay, the person who made this island was a different Camille. That's not true. We're the same, but like just a little more sad. You know what I mean?
Little different, okay? And at that time, I also didn't have a bed in my regular bedroom. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I don't... Okay, let me see if I can remember how to do this, people. I know I have a bed in here somewhere. Right? Oh yeah, wasn't this the fancy bed? Yeah, Luna's bed. Okay.
Yeah. Luna has her official bed, but I think you can do it at any bed just for reference. But I do like the design of Luna's bed.
Let's try.
Yeah, you can use any bed.
Yeah.
And then if this doesn't work, I'll break into one of my... There's a roach. Nobody look. How despicable. Excuse me.
Oh my god, it's a ghost. He's going to become a little ghost.
I apologize, but I had to do it. Somebody had to do it.
Sorry for releasing ghosts into the house. It's now haunted.
Who's writing the lore for the Animal Crossing roaches?
Oh my god, me now. I don't know.
That's the subject of the next stream, okay, everybody?
No, honestly, like, I think it's really funny that that Nintendo like programmed a soul into the creatures.
And
like, confirmed. Cute. Nintendo says soul, like animals have souls. Confirmed. Nintendo said.
Yeah, I want to sleep. Good night. I think we're doing this right.
OMG, it's working.
We need to ask theologists whether roaches can go to heaven.
Yeah.
Animal Crossing.
Animal Crossing.
Yeah.
Luna looks amazing. She is stunning. Wow.
Icon.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay. How may I be of assistance?
Okay, so that's when I think you click.
Is it share
like,
or
dream?
Is it... No.
No, share is your own. Share is like you save your own, and
gotcha.
I forget there's like a 10-second delay or something between my two screens, and because this is my downfall for not being asynchronous, like inviting you to my island. But
No, you are fine.
I think the answer is I want to dream.
Let's do it. We got time to play. Okay, please connect me to the internet. Hopefully that works.
I'm sure like a million people have already said this, but your like layout for the stream is so cute.
Thank you. I shout out to Canva. I've not been able to stop.
You did this? I was like, I need to tap your artist. It's you. Plot twist.
Not. Here's the thing. I did not do it. People that are amazing and hired by Canva like make the little cute.
That's fair.
I just place them like a scrapbook. That's all. That's
fair.
it.
That's fair.
I
collage is art. Okay.
Nothing to do with it. Shout out to Canva. Okay. You would just ask me search by island name. Oh, that's cool.
Yes, and so that's when you put my dream code in, and I put it on Discord.
Oh, cool. I can pull it up. Search by dream address. Do you mind?
Also, anyone can. I also could put it in the chat too. Like anybody who wants to dream on my island, who may be watching at home, I'll put it in the chat.
Everybody
so
come.
You can dream.
Let me see on. You said you put it in Discord. Is that correct?
I put it in Discord, and I also just copy pasted it into the YouTube live stream chat.
Yes. Yes.
I'm coming to your house.
Get in there. Go to this house.
Amuleta? Is that the island name?
Yep, Amuleta. Yeah, that's my island.
Splendid.
Yes.
Oh God, I said
please
splendid.
Explain to us where
splendid.
the name came from, Daisy.
Really? Oh, that's funny. Huh?
Explain to us where the name came from.
I think it was me. There's nothing specific other than I was like, I don't know what's cool, like a talisman, like an amulet, and then I was like Amuleta. I think that was it.
I gotta love my island name.
What is it? Stinky. Your island name is Stinky Dracula.
Honestly,
I forget.
It's pretty good though.
I think what we should do next time, because if we ever stream again, I always want to wrap Animal Crossing into it, and I think we should all go search some of the scariest islands. I think that'll be fun.
And like people make islands, people like folk the islands. Like like one person, I saw that one viral, like made the maze. Their island was a maze. They're like, I haven't opened it up in a while. And then they opened up their island, and because it was a maze, they were like, it was essentially unplayable.
That's
because they made the whole island like you have to do the maze to get through. It was like completely unplayable.
That's incredible. Also, shout out, because I know that it's raining and you made it rain in your island. I love when people do that.
I did. I made it spooky.
Can't wait.
Wow.
Yeah. This is my cool island.
Can you go inside villagers' houses when you're dreaming?
Yes, you can. Yes.
Really?
Splendid. Because I'm much more proud of the interior design of my villagers than anything else on my island.
Ooh. I really should. I have a way cooler museum space now, I think, than this upload, now that I think about it. But yeah, you'll just have to walk through. Anyway, it since there's like a 10-second delay, like tell me what area you're at and I can elaborate on the design.
Sorry, absolutely.
Oh, you're fine.
Yes,
you're fine.
Daisy. So I am looking at your flag. Please explain.
The flag. Okay, the flag. So you may notice on the top right, there's a purple amulet for amulet. That's my version of that. I tried to make it like a diamond, like a purple, like stone diamond. It's kind of hard, but then next to it, much more prominently, is my attempt at making a thylacine, a Tasmanian tiger, which is a cryptid that I love. So
amazing.
I write about the legends about its present existence despite being institutionally recognized as extinct. So that's what that's about.
Period. We love an Animal Crosser and a scholar.
Yeah.
Yes, Maddie, yes. All right. Let's see. Do you have a preference of where we should go, Daisy?
Oh my gosh. I don't know. I worked really hard on this. I think my favorite parts are my museum, and it'll be funny to like return to see what the old version of it looks like, because I basically like expanded it real big. I think like the museum, the cemetery, Oh, I have like a bathhouse, or a hot spring. I have like a hot spring. That's fun.
Incredible. Oh, this is
Yeah,
great.
you'll just have to explore. Like,
Let's do it.
go wherever.
Look at this museum, everybody.
That's my little museum.
Okay.
It's just a regular natural history museum, pretty much.
Look at it. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Very cute. Very cute. I love your flower
Yeah.
choices.
Oh, thank you.
Did you have
I tried to give...
Oh, go ahead, Daisy.
Go ahead. I tried to give like each area... I tried to represent each of the flowers somewhere despite prioritizing like black and purple.
Love that.
So there's like a prioritization of like black and purple, but I think there's a spot for like every flower pretty much. Oh yeah, like back here. Yeah, like I got all the statues from Flick, right? Flick and oh my god, what's his boyfriend's name?
Oh my gosh.
CJ, yeah.
CJ.
Yeah, okay. That's the headcanon for me is that they're gay for me.
Us too.
They were roommates.
It's true. It's back.
My wife and I are Flick and CJ coded.
Oh, yeah, you are actually. Yeah, you are actually.
That's
for
iconic.
real. But I tried to make it like, since it's prehistoric, all the ones I chose were like ones. Okay, this is like big nerdy time. During the Carboniferous period of the planet, basically there was like a huge amount of oxygen in the air, which allowed for lots of plants to grow. Then a bunch of the plants grew, and so did the bugs that were eating them. And those were like the primary like creature at the time, were basically insect type animals. And so I tried to get all the ones that were like really, really big compared to what they would be like today or normally. And I also added like some fish and stuff, because like lots of different kinds of fish were still prehistoric. They've remained unchanged for a long time, but during the Carboniferous, everything grew really big, and then everything got too big and not enough stuff was eating it, and it started to decompose like fast, or it all died, and then there was nothing to decompose it because fungus hadn't taken over yet. It's like started fungus taking over, and then all of that carbon that got like concretized as it began to decompose through like the mushrooms like coming over and like decomposing it is now what we make like anything that has a carbon fossil fuel, like all the carbon that you hear about, like in fossil fuels and in things to make oil, make plastic, and like all that kind of stuff, that comes from that period of time. So I was like, I'm gonna make my island like be all about the real life application of like the planet's like extinction of that particular era in history. So that's what that is. Oh yeah, I don't know if that's like a cryptid. I think it's two butts. I don't know how to explain that. Sorry.
No, I had to ask, but also of course.
I have like a real cryptid though on my island too.
Okay, can't wait to see
There's
it.
like it's like way on the left side. I have like a real cryptid.
Of course.
But yeah, that was like me experimenting.
Yeah, that much scholastic background in you. Literally, me and Natalie were like, I like pink. Let's put that here. You know what I mean? Like, we did not.
I'm way too big brain with this island. I went like full on like narrative. I went too big brain. Yeah.
Well,
that's why I preserved it in my dream. Because I felt like I kind of finished it, and then I was like, well, but I want to keep playing, but I don't know what to do. So I like saved it in my dream, and so now my current island, I like tore up a bunch of stuff and I re-landscaped it, and I'm like doing a different thing, or like some parts of it are very different, but
you have
that's
Muffy?
why I'm glad this one is
Sorry.
saved. Yeah, I tried to get all of like the punk rock, like spooky ones.
Period. Hi, Muffy.
Do your villagers have a theme, all 10 of them, or are they just like you have some spooky ones and then some ones you just liked?
Most of them. Oh, Camille, go back down the museum. Go like down to the back.
Okay,
there's an
Daisy.
area back there.
Okay.
Yeah. Also Muffy says that's a wop. You can tell that's her catchphrase.
Amen.
You can tell what period of time I made that. But most of the villagers are like the punk rock or like edgier, like kind of like grunge villagers. I mean, like Muffy's like a lollygoth, right? Like or whatever. But I think I have like Roscoe and Kid and Cherry
Love
We have a lot of
those-
villagers in common days.
Oh, really? Oh, well, big surprise. Look at us.
I love it.
But then I also have like some villagers that were a lot like my friends, or like my partner was like, okay, like at the time my partner was a big skier, and so we have like Eric, who's like the skiing elk. So like yeah, so like, there's some that are like that too. But
I love it.
okay, so that flower garden, those are, I tried to make it like a little botanical, like these are all the types, every type of flower, but mostly they're mostly the rarer ones. They're ones that are a little like harder to get.
Okay, this is so cool.
Yeah, and if you keep going back, you can like eat lunch at the museum, like you do. And then over here is like they're unburying a fossil.
Stop.
You made the La Brea Tar Pit Museum.
Yeah, I made a tar pit. Yeah, I made like the La Brea tar pits. So there, and then the sign, like I know you can't really read it that well, but the signs are sort of like symbol the fossils that like you go, you're looking, and then you see the beach, and it's like all this debris. That's supposed to be like the beach restoration area. So like you will see that there's another part of the park where there's a trash beach, and there's like a sea monster. There's like a creature that's like coming out of the water and stuff. Like all that's part of like the villagers were not taking. They found the island and it was like completely garbage, and so now we're trying to restore it like with the museum. So that's what that kind of theme is. There's like a restoration project going on.
It's brilliant. We love it. We love it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very fun. Yeah, and then you could just like hang out back there. Yeah, show it. Yeah. And yeah, so like I put like the great white shark back there, like megalodon. Like it's not right. It's like it's the miniature. And then there's Dunkleosaurus or whatever, and then the ammonites and the whatever the like sort of trilobite guys. I forget what they're called, but yeah, there's just like more info about like fossils and stuff. That's what I was thinking.
It's amazing.
Oh, I also hid like I don't know. There's like 10 hidden tanukis. Also, so you found one of them going all the way back there. So there's one. That's what it reminded me.
Right here.
Shit, I did a lot on this island. I forgot. I forgot all about it. You're like reminding me now. Like,
I love this.
Yeah. Anyway, so that's like the whole museum area. Oh, and then if you go like all the way, I don't know, like south on the island, in the island zone, like past the bugs, like kind of where you were before. I think I tried to make like as much as you can make like a touch pool, if that makes sense. Like like sometimes you go to a museum and aquarium and there's like a sea creature touch pool. Like you could go sit next to the water and see and like interact with the.
Oh, here. I know it's coming. It's coming.
Probably. Yeah, you were going in the right direction. Yeah. Yeah, it's like past the bugs. Yeah.
I love a stingray touch pool. I love that.
Yeah. Yep.
They're funny guys.
Oh yeah, Muffy's in the way. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, Muffy was like, please. Yeah, that's yep. That's all the touch pool. So that was like my if you can't really make like a touch pool aquarium, but that was my attempt.
I love it. It's great. Look at this. Okay, should I go up? Should I go?
If you go up, you go to my house.
Okay. Oh, I forget. Did I not? Oh, we can't climb anything in a dream. I forgot.
Oh, unless you have your tools, right? You can climb if you have the tool on you.
I don't think so. I don't think we're allowed to have tools, and I forgot.
Okay. Well, everything. I don't have anything that you can't walk to.
Okay, great. Excuse me.
So there's no. I don't have any like sneaky thing, but you should be able to get to anything.
Cool. Let's do it.
Oh, I think
I tried to make like the museum exited. Yeah, go ahead, Maddie.
The sauna spa area you made, I think, is my favorite. This is.
Oh, you love it. That was my. I miss hot springs. That was my. I miss hot spring. West Coast hot springs. You can get them in that, on that mountain range, but not this one. I'm on the East Coast now in Ohio, so we don't have hot springs out here. But yeah.
Oh my gosh, there's so much.
Yeah, tell me what you're looking at, and I can try to elaborate.
Oh, I think this is you.
Oh, maybe you probably found me. I probably look a lot like I look right now. That'd be funny. I probably have like short hair and a striped shirt. Or maybe my overalls. Yeah, or like maybe I have overalls or something. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's like my little walkway, the entrance to the place. I tried to Make it look cute. Oh yeah, I'm just a little creature. I forgot.
This is so
I'm like a
cool.
tiefling basically.
Oh, okay. This
yeah. Smell you later.
This is great.
Forgot I had my little character say smell you later. Oh yeah, if you can take those cards if you want. Those are all like for free, but I don't know if you can do that in a dream.
I don't either.
I don't think you can. Probably not.
But thank you for the sentiment.
Anyway, I tried.
We're in your graveyard coming up next.
Oh, okay. Yes. Oh my gosh. I've built it out even a little bit more now because I've spent longer time with red. But yeah, the idea is that this is like a sort of cemetery mausoleum type area, and you could see if you had your shovel, or like if you could do this in a dream. If a friend comes over the island and they try to unbury that fossil spot, that star, it's actually just another skull. It's like it's like another one of the like fossil skulls, like the one next to it that's placed right there.
Oh, that's freaking cool.
I forget what it's called, but it's like so you unbury it. And
Australopithecus?
Yeah, it's Australopithecus. Yeah, it's like the Australopithecus skull. So it's like you unbury it, you like unbury a person.
You all are so smart. This is cool.
Yeah, and then like to the left, like on the left side of the cemetery, I was trying to put like all of the false like statues, because some of them look kind of like what you might see in a mausoleum, where they have like surrogate mourners and other kinds of like grave sites. So I tried to do like more accurate graves, and also like all of the types of graves from different communities. But you can tell that I have some plants filling in before it got completely full there, but it's now like
That's
finished
awesome.
on my island, and I have like the gazebo like thing, and like there's all kinds of other stuff. But,
oh, that's incredible, Daisy.
yeah, it's really fun. If you go south of that there, like to the beach, like if you go
this way,
walk through it, you'll stumble upon my trash beach. Let me see. I'm watching it catch up. Probably yes. If you go in that general direction.
Oh my gosh. Yep.
This is my garbage beach.
I have so many questions.
Oh, good. So that's like where everybody, like, it's all the garbage is washing up on our island. So, like, we gotta restore the beach, pick up your trash. So this is like the toxic, like, wasteland beach.
This is great.
I like the leaves on fire was like when they came out with that, I was like,
I didn't know
this
they
is gonna
did
be
that. I've been
you
can rock.
Oh my god, yeah, it's like one of the if you customize leaves, you can, one of them is like leaves on fire, which I love.
That's amazing.
Are there 2 houses on your island, like 2 player
houses? There are 2 player houses. So I'm the island owner, but my partner at the time, David, also has a house there, and which you can go into. It's funny, like David and I broke up. It was amicable. We're still friends or whatever. But I kind of wanted to like redo. So in my like redo of the island, I wanted to remove the house or change it. So like, I could either have more villagers or move the placement of it, but I must have done something where like I deleted his like player character in my hi Dom. Dom loves the beach plants. I just like removed the flower off of the plant so it looks like a weed or like a beach plant that you pull. Anyway, yeah, so David's house is still on the island, and I deleted like David's character from my Switch. But I must have done this out of order, because then his house is still on the island, but I have no way of like getting back into the creator mode of that house. I can't remove it. Like I can't ask Nook to like get rid of it. Like I don't know how to, I can't do anything with it. So now in my like remake of the island, I actually just made it a haunted house. I just like, I can't do anything inside of it, but on the outside, I made it like spooky, like it's the haunted house on my island because no one lives there anymore.
That's perfect.
I didn't know what else to do. Yeah.
In this segment before this, when we
Yeah.
were doing scary stories, I was talking about like inactive accounts online
Yeah,
and like
okay.
hauntings through stuff
Yeah.
like that.
Okay. Yeah. So look, so I just like made it a haunted house anyway. So there you go. Proof of concept. Like people are just doing this. Yeah. Oh yeah. Ice. That's David. That was my partner at the time. That's his
Gotcha.
character.
Ooh.
So yeah. So
Spooky.
that character lives in that house, but like
Spooky.
in my like game, yeah.
He
like,
says, "Fear me" too. That's
Fear me,
perfect.
I know. Well, part of that's because we took some very, very menacing looking Animal Crossing character pictures, which I did print and then frame, and they're on my wall. They're very,
fantastic.
very spooky.
This is so nice.
Yeah. Yeah, I tried to give all the characters like a little yard, but I think at the time I clearly like under spaced them. I think so. That was also part of my redo. Like I went back, I moved all the houses so they all have like way bigger areas. But
This is great.
yeah, this is like the you have the condo and now you're at the beach. You know, your little beachside condo, very like Floridian. That's for Dom, I guess. So that's for island living. I love the creator online put the little like sand decal. I loved that. That's like one of my favorite parts.
Yeah.
And you can see that there's like little like somebody. It looks like a finger, like somebody drew like a red, like with their finger in the sand or like the heart. I love it, and that hole. Yeah, like I was like, that's so like real life for beach.
I love this.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. You're making me like want to log on and like really build out and finish my last
That's the
island. I
point.
know I should really do it. Yeah.
Preparing for the stream was a
Yeah.
lot of fun.
Oh
Good,
yeah,
Maddie. Good.
yeah. I know. I wish I could have been here earlier. Yeah. And yeah, that whole area over there. Oh, you'll start to see my cryptid. You're coming up to him. But yeah, you can go out there. You can take a look out into the sea, like a little tourist zone where you might play your small games. I don't know what that game is. Like the game with the I don't know, the different colored beads that they have. Like
I think
I don't
it's
know what
Go.
that is. Oh, is it Go? Okay.
I think.
Yeah, that's my cryptid.
I found the cryptid.
Yeah, you
Yes.
found him.
I love him.
I tried to like disguise the platform with the rocks, but it's not that easy. That was like the best I could do. Basically.
It looks great.
Disguising the platform. Yeah, I tried rearranged it so many times.
It's great. It's fantastic.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's so handsome.
I know, I love that guy.
He reminds me of like those like ultra bully breed bred dogs that are just
Oh
like
my god.
gargoyle looking.
Aw.
Yes.
This is Tiberius 9000.
Yeah. Yeah, I think also, yeah, if you keep going back, there's so much to explore. We do not have to explore all of it too. Like I definitely want you to feel like you have time for everybody's island on here.
Yeah.
But
Well, is
I
there
put,
one
like,
more place that you're like, you should see
Oh my
this
gosh.
before we switch
you
over?
should go to the center because I think that would explain the most. Or that's another kind of like narrative piece. At the center of my island is I designed it to be like a national park, which I know was common at least at the time for lots of Animal Crossing users. So there's like 3 core trails you can go on. There's a secret trail. There's like a trail to the hot spring. Or maybe technically there's like 4. There's a trail that's like a big circle, like the biggest trail. And then I think there's a trail that goes to the mountain in the middle of it. So there's like a... Oh, you're going to get stuck there. Yeah, I know. My island's a little stuck. If you...
No, you're fine.
The path... Yeah, it's a very like follow the path until kind of spot.
I think we're going to figure it out. Oops.
If you follow the river, it's like in the center of the river. So if you, the river, and then there's a couple different bridges over it. So
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's like you follow the river kind of down. Yeah, the hot spring area is really, I thought that was fun to make. They kind of set you up to do a hot spring, you know.
Did I make it? Wait.
Yeah, it is that like central area, and then there's the bridge. Yeah. So the dirt path, like all the way around it, if you follow that in a circle, you'll go around what I call like the longest trail in there, and and you can see like the little waterfall. And then I really wanted it to be like a lavender patch, so I pretty much only used like the purple hyacinths, and the white hyacinths are there too for like accents. But
That's beautiful.
yeah, and then I have like oh, there's Eric. Eric is so cute.
Hi, Eric.
Dressed in green. Look at that little guy. There's also I try to put like signs around and like just little landmarks to kind of like point you in the direction. And there are a couple. Yeah, I hid. Like I said, I hid like 10 tanukis. So so there's one on the very, very top of the mountain. You have to like find them all, but yeah, you can kind of like go around the whole thing. Oh yeah, there's also like a slug that I put as a custom template. You can kind of see on the ground. There's like mushrooms on the ground.
It's great. I see.
Stuff that made me feel like just feel like, okay, when I go to a park, like what do I like to do? I like to have a picnic at a table that's made of wood.
I love
I like to walk on a path that is clear.
Yeah.
And I like to have lots of little weird treasures to look at. So that's what I did there. And then you can like gaze at the waterfalls over there. But what do waterfalls, not waterfalls, but like inclines like tend to, so like, okay, something maybe is going on there. So I imagine that like there's a hot spring. And if you go back there, you go up the ladder where there's the camping sign. Oh my gosh! Also, that camping sign came from the app. I don't know if you know this. If you download the Natalie, the like go ahead, tell me.
Yeah, the Pocket Camp. I think we did that. I can't remember. They had like a fortune
long.
cookie stand too, and some other cute little
they have like some cute things that you can get that are like app exclusive. But yeah. Oh, if you go all the way like north on the island, like all the way to the back, there's another wooden staircase that's not just the like mountain. That one goes back to the hot spring, and that's pretty much like right there, and it's kind of close. But
okay, I went the wrong way.
You're good. There's a lot to explore.
Back here?
I feel like the map I had the same starter map as you, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, yeah. Do you have, like, the yellow? Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And that side by the beach on the right side is, like, identical to mine. It's like, oh.
Okay. Yeah, we might have, yeah.
And it always feels like it's going to be so small, and then it's not. And then you start terraforming, and you're like, what am I supposed to do?
Yeah.
I did it wrong. And then it just takes up so much more time than you think it's going to. But for some reason, that's like such a cathartic part of the process is the amount of time. And you don't realize how long you're spending until you need to pee. And you're like,
and you're like, oh, shit. 5 hours. Yeah. So
like,
you had
my eyes hurt.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah,
so
very that.
To get up there, you had to like go through what I imagined as like the what am I trying to say? Like you got to go talk to the park ranger at the main area, the park zone or whatever. So you had to like go to the ranger station, and they would give you the map or the thing and say like, okay, go behind, and then you go to the hot spring. So this is like how I remember public hot springs. You're just having like things there. They have like semi-privacy in this area because I just thought the bamboo looked really cute. But there's like little things that you might have at like a regular hot spring around there. If you go around the back, I think there's like a secret tanukis like all around here too. There's a lot of like little hidden things. Yeah. There's like a lot of like little hidden stuff. Yeah. And if you go up there, if you go like all the way to the back, there's a hidden staircase that takes you up to the right. That's where like my garden and then eventually my house, I think. The camping area might be over there too. You don't have to go there because there's other people on here. But if you were to explore, that is the direction that
I am still fascinated.
Yeah,
you have a lovely island, Daisy.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I mean it's different now, and I'm like looking at this, and I'm like, wow, like I even made it like I made it way. If you think this is detailed, I made it a lot more detailed later. I like did a bunch of different things, but Like I don't have a big garden like that anymore. Like I changed it and I really like decked out my like main area where like the villagers can hang out. Oh yeah, I captured the moon. I like the moon back there. Moon's part of my house. Yeah. But yeah, there's like all these little like different like hidden spots. I think wherever my camping like spot is, you can kind of see on the map. It's like way to the far left.
Yeah.
Up top there, I think is the third trail where you can like go through the woods, and I have like a Bigfoot peeking through. So like if you look at a certain angle, you can see Bigfoot.
That's amazing.
It's very cool. So that's like my other island cryptid.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Well, Daisy, thank you so much. This was
Yeah.
Next time we'll have more time, and it'll just be like a dedicated Animal Crossing.
Well, and next time now I'm like, yeah, next time we do this, I can show you all my updates. So now you have like the context, and I could be like, it's way different now, and like you'll see the stuff I kept, the stuff that's changed. Like the cemetery, same spot, but it's like twice as complex. And then like my house is in a different spot. Everything's different. So
I love it. I can't wait.
Yeah, and anybody who wants to visit and like explore all the details, I put my dream code in the YouTube live chat, so anybody's welcome to visit the island, of course.
Thank you, Daisy, and thank you for doing this. We really appreciate you always, but thank you for being a part of this.
I know. I wish I could have been here earlier, but
it's okay.
I was doing zine things. I was doing folklore.
Yeah.
so it's like big day of folklore big week of folklore. Honestly, it's been this week, but
Big life of folklore.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, big life of folklore, kind of.
Yep.
Okay. While you're setting up the next island, and before I leave, can I show you two things I got that I thought were like the coolest thing? One is like a meme thing, and one is like a practical thing.
Of course. Yes.
Okay. So when I was at Play Make Learn, I've never seen this before in my life, but they had a company there called Hello Loom, and basically they sell wooden cards of different sizes. You can order in packs, so like it's like this.
What?
And it is such that you can pop out all of the things that you need in it to do a looming project like on the fly, which I have always wanted to do that, but I always felt like the equipment was like a lot to purchase. And like I literally like all of the pieces are in it. You get a little comb to pull your things down. Like it comes with wooden needles. And I just thought this was amazing. And now it's like my new like fidget toy, instead of like I was doing collage, and now I'm doing like 3D collage like with these. And so I've just been like playing with this today, and you can buy them in packs. So like if anybody who's listening is a librarian or like an educator or somebody who organizes groups of people to do fun activities together, like a party even, this would be fun to do. You can like teach everybody how to weave super, super easy, and then you could take it out. It's like, it was so cool. Like that was a really cool thing and a very folklore thing that was there.
That's incredible.
I wish we did that at the American Folklore Society conference. I'm like, people who study parties I used to think were fun, and now I'm like, hello, like why aren't we doing this?
That's cool.
And the second thing that I want you all to geek out about, because it's Pokemon related.
Ooh.
Is you know the yippee like autism creature that people call it online.
Is that what they? I didn't know.
Yeah, it's called autism creature. Yippee! Like that little guy.
Love it.
There was a person, a zinester, who was selling like their art there, and this might be hard to see on screen. Oh no, this is good. These are the evolutions in the style of the yippee creature.
That's
so
amazing.
It's like they're all little evolutions, but they're all like yippee.
That is so cute. Everybody loves an evolution.
Always.
Yeah, it's like all the evolutions as the little like yippee creatures. So I got one, and then I got one for a friend. So I thought that you would think that was super cute.
Tag
That's
yourself.
amazing.
Yeah, tag yourself. Like, what's your like evolution yippee creature?
I love that, Daisy.
Sure. Yeah. I was like, I just had to show you guys because you're gonna geek out.
Thank you for showing us.
Yeah, totally.
That's great.
Cool.
Awesome.
Whose island is next?
Maddie.
Yippee! Do you? Oh, there I go.
Yeah.
Wow,
Here we go. Wait.
Was that intentional?
I want to I want to upload. I want to upload the sounds for us. I think we had Yippee in some server, right?
Well, you're welcome to visit if you'd like, but I can also give you a dream code if that's easier.
Yeah, let's do the dream code. That way, because I know
Right.
we'll have to stop at around 6:50 our time.
Right. Okay.
So
Let me see. Let me post the in the Discord.
you're good. Take your time.
Okay. So
There we
I
go.
wanted to give you a sound, to leave the stream with.
Oh no.
Basically, like upload a sound for you, and do I have a sound for you? Okay, hold on.
Oh no.
I tried to find the one that was Yippee. That's why I was like trying to find that, but I don't have it. So I'm just gonna make a little mushroom one for you. Here you
Thank
go.
you.
You have one sound.
Baby weenies, baby weenies.
There you go. You have the beanie weenie sound. Sorry about that.
Beanie weenie.
Beanie weenie.
What?
You don't know about this? Oh my gosh.
No.
Okay. Well, I introduced you to a
Excuse me,
Sonic
some
meme.
roaches I have to
Beanie weenies.
Jeez, that's thank you, Daisy. Truly.
Maddie can explain.
Oh, the beanie weenie. It's often posted on TikTok over people's cats like flexing
People's
their
cats.
toe beans.
Yeah, they're toe beans.
So
Beanie weenies. Yeah.
But
it's like, sounds
I'm
like a
very
gremlin.
glad that was one of the spoof answers I put in Who Wants to Be a Folklorist for Scrapple. Instead it's called Beanie Weenies.
Beanie weenies. Yeah. So
I commend you. That's beautiful. That's
Anyway.
absolutely beautiful.
Cool. Well, I have to head out, but I'm gonna keep this rolling so that you're getting like views in the background while I go, and then I'm gonna watch the rest tomorrow because I'm sure this was like oodles of fun.
Thank you, Daisy.
Yes.
Thank
Yeah.
you for everything you've helped with, the project.
Yeah.
We appreciate you so much. And thank
Of course.
you for coming.
Floaties rocks, floaty friends rock, and I guess just keep floating for now.
Hey,
Yup.
we'll try. We'll try.
Yeah, and donate to support a really important cause, obviously. I donated earlier. Everybody, it sounds like a lot of people have been donating, and that's really, really awesome. And I'm proud of our community, and I'm proud of you for facilitating this. And by you, I mean the royal you, everybody who came here, everybody who helped facilitate the event. So it's
Thank you,
awesome.
Daisy.
Yes.
That means a lot.
Yeah,
Thank
for
you
real.
so much.
Bye.
We'll see you soon,
Have
Daisy.
fun. Have fun dreaming.
Let's do this.
Excellent.
All right, I just saw. Okay, I want to dream. Let's do this, Maddie.
Yes.
I'm excited.
My exterior, my outdoor portion of my island isn't nearly as dense as Daisy's, but my interior design is really where I shine, I think.
Ooh, we love to see it.
I feel like seeing people's Animal Crossing islands is like reading their diary. Like, what's going
Right.
on internally?
What? What were the thoughts behind this placement?
Yeah, it's so interesting. We all get the same island, and everybody's looks and the same items, right? And the same villagers, and
Yes.
everybody's looks so different.
All right, let me.
Let's see it, baby. And I put my my dream code in the chat on YouTube as well. So if people want to see, go exploring,
Please go visit Maddie's island.
yeah.
It'll be really fun. I know. All right, let me drop this in there.
And similar to Daisy, I have a couple seconds lag on the live stream, so
Gotcha.
I'll do my best to explain when I can, but I might be like, what?
That is fine. I'll try to be slow.
Does your island have any particular theme, or did you just kind of go for it?
I just kind of went for I would theme stuff based on what I believed was my villagers' aesthetic. So like their front yards, the interiors of their house, and then general. It kind of ends up looking like a well maintained park on the outside. Like there's a lot of greenery, but it's orderly, I guess.
Mm.
And then my house is just me.
Yes,
I love it. Is it Penn? Is that right?
Yes, Penn Island.
Penn Island. Can't wait. We're
Do
drifting.
you see the joke in Penn Island? Are you familiar with the middle school era joke of Penn Island?
Wait, no, I'm not. Oh no, what is it, Maddie?
If you switch up the spaces of it, so if you write it all without spaces, what is it?
Oh my
what is it?
gosh, Maddie. When I tell
That's
you that
all.
would have gone right over my head.
I didn't get it either until you explained it. And
what do you
now
mean?
I love
It's very much like a. Have you ever been to Penn Island and then you write it on your friend's arm and their arm says Penis Land?
That was Maddie's
That
origin
sort of thing.
story, huh, Maddie?
Yeah.
So it all
I
began.
do want to eventually do like a piece on specifically like middle school like dare culture that like had aspects of like physical harm, like how guys would always be like playing bloody knuckles and stuff.
Oh, jeez.
yeah.
I
You
saw
mentioned-
that.
I don't know if you mentioned it today. I think you mentioned it in your episode that you were interested in like merging communication studies with folklore.
Yeah.
How is that going for you now? I just recently graduated with my MA in comm, so I'm kind of curious.
Hey.
And I have
Yeah.
no
Well,
experience.
congratulations.
I love Taylor Swift's album Folklore, and of course, I listen to Floaties for Krakens. But that's kind of the extent of my folklore. So I'm very curious how you merge, as Camille walks around your beautiful island,
Yes, yes.
comm with folklore.
Well, it's interesting. Right now, actually, I just have like a kind of normie day job. I have a billing day job. I still have yet to be able to get into grad school. The places I applied to last year didn't have any vacancies. Gonna shoot my shot again this year.
Still so proud of you, Maddie.
But thank you. But in general, yeah. The way I would merge it really is that. So before I was a folklorist, I went to college to be a guidance counselor, a school guidance counselor, and the most valuable lesson I learned from going to therapist school was that I shouldn't be a therapist.
Oh dear.
We all
It's a
learned that
very valuable
eventually.
lesson.
Hello.
Yes. And so that's my house.
It's beautiful.
It's
Thank you.
stunning.
Yeah. What the heck?
Please be sure to explore every room. Each one is different.
You got it.
But mainly, yeah, I'm really fascinated with. It started out specifically with, like teenage digital lore. So like what teenagers, ages 13 to 18, what they do online and how it affects their self-esteem, mental health, their social interactions. Because there's a lot of fear mongering around that. And some of it is definitely warranted, but as someone who is kind of on the, I'm 25, so I was raised in the digital age, like growing up with a home computer and stuff like that. And I do credit some of the way I am to that, for better or for worse. So, mainly examining traumatic experience through the digital and trying to figure out what exactly impact that has. And how we communicate with each other and how we consume traumatic media.
Yeah, that's so cool and awesome. I've never.
Thank you.
I've thought of like at NCA, which is what's the folklore conference? It's the comm version of the folklore conference.
Yeah.
Okay.
Big one. They have a death and dying division. And so your episode, I was like, oh my gosh, like death and dying, comm studies, like it all kind of goes, or not your episode, what you were talking about earlier with the digital.
Yeah.
And one of my cohort girly who went to school with me, she recently graduated with her PhD, did a lot of research on like green funerals and how young people prepare more for funerals than people before them. So that includes like, are you going to memorialize your Facebook page? Who's going to have your passwords? Because that causes a lot of problems, like you mentioned, especially if you have a large following. So it's really interesting how a lot of the arts mix and mingle more than a lot of academics want it to. I feel like academia is very like, no, it's different. You don't get it. But when you start talking to people, it's like, no, it's not. Like, it's all intermingled in a really human way, I think. So that's really awesome.
I think the reason I started specifically working with traumatic experience through digital lens is I was noticing that everyone I talk to that spends a good time in digital spaces will have a traumatic event to speak of, but they feel often that it's not it's not worthy of being considered traumatic. So kind of
Right.
exploring like what is trauma online, what is worthy of being dubbed a traumatic experience, what are the long-lasting effects of that. Because definitely traumatic things can happen online, but it almost feels like there's a dichotomy I noticed of how people will have an experience, but because it occurred online and they stumbled upon it, they blame themselves for coming across that in the first place.
Totally.
There's a lot of self blame involved with being exposed to something online you didn't. That's my seance room.
I have a question about it, but I'm waiting until you finish your conversation really quick.
Okay, I'm almost done wrapping it
No,
up.
take your time. This is fantastic.
The main thing that I do basically is that I just want to figure out who creates traumatic content, why they might do that, who is circulating that content, why it's getting perpetuated, and then something that does have some scholarship but not much about who is consuming it and what occurs to them on an emotional, social level.
Yeah, that's so interesting and like so important. Like such an important part of when we are talking about people, civilizations, digital natives, all that.
Yeah.
All that jazz. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love this.
Excellent.
But
Are you doing a seance, Camille?
What are the purple things? How'd you get them? And I want them. What is it? How'd you do that?
So the one DLC that Animal Crossing has had, the Happy Home Designer or whatever the hell it is, when you do that whole side quest, you get the ability to polish things, and you can change what design is created from the polish. So that's, I think, called like stress buzz.
I need to get Happy Home. I've been needing to get it for years.
It's a lot of fun, and since I'm the interior design geek, it was extra fun for me. But it's a lot of fun because you have free reign with a lot of they just give you items, you don't have to buy them, so they're just like, here, arrange it how you please. It's a really sandbox, fun, lighthearted way to go with things.
I need to do that. Do that.
And I love the walrus. I forget his name, but he's just so cute and charming.
Oh yeah, I forget his name. Damn it, what is his name? He's a delightful guy though. I love the monkey though, because my wife she has research history with baboons, but she also just loves anything primate. So seeing a little monkey guy, I thought it is when your significant other's like special interests become your own through osmosis, I guess.
Proximity.
Yeah, I am also excited about monkeys because she's excited about monkeys.
That's beautiful, Maddie. Okay, this room is amazing, and I think it's my actual room.
The yassification room, yeah. I want to make it like a play place, basically, with all the froggy chairs and like the gamers set up, but it's cutesy.
It's amazing.
And of course, all the emo stuffies. I love that line so much.
Yes.
The bunny with the eye patch is just great.
I love that, like, each of your rooms, like, there is a common thread. Like, you can tell Maddie did this, but they're all different, and I like that.
Yeah,
Different
I can't
color
stick.
palettes.
It's very hard to me to stick through a consistent theme throughout an entire. If I were to do a themed island, I would really, really struggle because there's some items that are just so too good to not use. You know,
100%.
I can see why you would like Happy Home. Because it's giving, like, I know how to put items in a space. That's the vibe I'm getting.
Right?
Period.
I love decorating, especially when it doesn't actually involve physical labor in the real world. That's awesome.
Right, like, I'll fold my laundry in Animal Crossing, but don't make me do it in real life. I also love that you used your shirts as decorations.
Yeah, they had that whole line of shirts that had different greetings in different languages, and I just thought it was fun to collect them all.
That's
and then
amazing.
I still have yet to collect many of the portraits of my islanders, which is a sore spot for me. But whenever I do get one, I'll put them up there.
Oh my gosh, Maddie. What? Okay, royalty.
Oh, are you in the basement now?
Yes.
Oh yeah, that's the part. I've changed that room a lot. I'm keep struggling to figure out what the actual situation is going on there. And for now, I've decided it's like a Kingsman Golden Circle like meeting room, basically.
I freaking love it.
I just wanted to put that was more of a color story room than anything else, I guess.
It's wonderful.
That's where all the fake art goes to, that red petals to me.
That samurai art.
Yeah, the armor set is so cool.
Your house
I
is
still
so
have
cool.
not completed the art wing of my museum.
Same.
Oh, me neither. It's bananas. It's
Never
it's a little broken to me, honestly. I feel like that could get touched up.
They really make you work for it. It's like work, but also luck.
Yes.
Yeah.
I feel like now that you can visit Red on Harv's Island, it made it a little bit easier. But it's
A little
also
bit.
not great.
No. Yeah. It's like I've had my fossil portion done for so long. It's like now I'm a decent amount of the fish and bugs. There's still some eluding me, but the art section is pretty barren,
impossible.
and I'm cheesed off about that.
Yes. Camille knows this. I love fishing. Fishing is my favorite thing in Animal Crossing. I love catching like a fuck ton of sharks and then selling them all to CJ. That's how I made my
big
money. I don't
money.
do the bulk market. I don't do any of that. I catch sharks and sell them to CJ.
It's
Hell yeah.
you have so
Oh.
much money. It's crazy.
I have so much money. All my fish are done. The bugs are done. The fossils are done, but not the art. And I just don't ever think it's gonna happen. And that's okay.
It is okay.
It's okay.
It is okay.
I'm gonna let it go.
Yeah.
We'll get there.
If you find any villagers that are home, I do recommend taking a peek, because Happy
Yeah.
Home also lets you redecorate your villagers' homes,
Let's do it.
which is awesome, because normally I have to give them shit and hope they put it in their house or hope they like it. But now I can just rip the responsibility right out of their little paws and do it myself.
I like that attitude. Let's see if we can see anybody that's home. Yes.
The hybrid flowers are beautiful.
They really are beautiful.
Thank you. I plant them all in those rows, and then whenever it rains, if I get a new fun one that crops up, I'll just replace one of the plain ones with them. It's not. I know there's a whole like exact science of how you can crossbreed them, but I just kind of let Jesus take the wheel on that.
You have Roscoe, Maddie?
Yes, Daisy and I have a lot of the same village. We have a same villager sensibility. I'm honestly pissed that they have Muffy, because I've been side-eyeing her for a long time.
Maddie,
The sheep are so silly.
Wow.
She's the goth sheep. She's so cute. But yeah, so yeah, Roscoe's house is a good one, a good example. I made him like a rocker bachelor pad, basically.
It's giving bad boy.
It's giving.
Like, I'm in a band.
I was about to say, Natalie, it's giving Yoongi Suga from BTS. That's what
Very
It's giving
Yoongi.
K-pop. It's giving K-pop, Maddie.
Yoongi after his first paycheck
Exactly.
is Roscoe.
Exactly.
Yeah, he buys a really nice guitar, and then
Yes. Never plays it.
that's about it.
And then it's there, leather on the walls.
Leather walls. I like to think that's what this is, Maddie, is leather walls.
Something like just super like sleazy and weird. It's just something that's like full on bachelor pad. Like a girl comes over and she's like, "No,
I'm okay."
No.
Actually, no.
That's not it. I've changed my mind. I think I need to go home. My sister's calling.
I love it. Maddie, because of time, is there any other place you would like us to go for the last stop?
Oh, let me see. Let me rack my brain.
And like
for
I
a
said, in the
specific
future,
portion.
we'll have just an Animal Crossing stream where we can visit more of your incredible island.
Let's see. The house was the main draw. I guess if you could find another villager's home, that would be great.
Let's try.
I think in the very top right of the map,
Yep.
Fang lives there, and he's my favorite little guy. He's my grandpa.
Okay, we'll get there. We're gonna find a way to get there. I promise.
I hope he's home. Oh God, I hope he's home.
Grumpy ones. What are the ones with the deep voice? I can't remember their
Yeah,
first-
yeah, they're grumpy.
So sweet.
I only have one. I forget what it's called. Like the sassy dudes, the ones that are like think they're going to be famous.
Oh yeah.
That grates on me a little bit. So I only have one of those guys.
My Animal Crossing boyfriend is Marshall, because he reminds me of Yoongi, and he's one of those annoying, like, I'm gonna be a pop star, but it's so funny, because in my brain, he's Yoongi, and therefore...
He is a pop star.
I'm writing a pop star.
Yeah.
Natalie has a majority of squirrels on her island, just so we're all clear.
Hell yes.
Squirrels.
I'm very partial to the wolves.
The wolves they're really cool.
I have Audi, the peppy hot pink one.
You're gonna be excited.
Oh, is he home?
I think so, unless I'm at the wrong house.
It's surrounded by like has the deciduous trees and the lilies of the valley.
I think so.
Wait, is this? No. Is this? Wait. Yes! Yes. Are you kidding?
The walls are so cool. How you
My
did the
little grandpa.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a little cramped in there, but I figure lots of like older houses have really like non-conducive floor plans, you know. So that whenever I went to one of my older relatives' houses, it always felt like a really cramped maze.
No, for real. Maddie, this is so cool.
And the gramophone.
Yes.
Yeah, he's got the gramophone. He's got the fireplace with the little snow globe. He's got grandfather clock. This little guy. And I don't know where I would be wandering around. Since it's a dream, it's not where I'm actually standing in the game.
Right.
You could try to find me, I guess, but if we're crunched on time, no worries.
It's okay. We're gonna take the long way back to the center. And maybe we'll run into you.
Splendid.
Whoa.
I gave myself the palest possible skin tone because that's me in reality. So
not even.
I am the person that they sell 01 foundation for. That's my shade number in foundations is the first one. Whatever is called porcelain or alabaster or whatever, and sometimes even then that's not a match. Sometimes it's still like too yellow.
I'm screaming.
I'm gonna have to switch to Ben Nye clown paint at some point.
Do not. Coming from a theater kid who had severe cystic acne because of that, no, please.
Yeah, it's because of grease paint.
Because
I was hair and makeup in my theater in high school. I was a person putting that on people.
No, Maddie. It's not your fault.
I was
I don't
facilitating
blame you
the
at all.
damage. I had the paint designs on the chest of a guy who was furiously ticklish, but he was center cast and he needed the same design on his chest every time.
That's iconic.
That poor guy.
Well, Maddie, unfortunately, I didn't find you.
That's okay. It's a bit. These islands are bigger than they seem.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I'm lurking there somewhere.
But Maddie, thank you so freaking much. Not just for Animal Crossing, not just for Scary Story Hour, but your support is always just so. We love it, and you're always there, and you're a ride or die, and we just really appreciate you, and we're really excited for your future and your studies and in your scholarly work. We're so excited for you, and just thank you for doing this. Yeah, we are thrilled. We are so happy and thankful, and we're looking forward to more Animal Crossing in the future. We're friends now, so we can all play.
Yes, excellent.
Can't
yes, wait. And I think I'm inspired now to pick it back up too, so I can tweak some things here and there.
Heck yeah. Well, thank you, Maddie, so much. So
of course.
much. We appreciate you.
Yeah. Do you want me to pop off, or should I stick around? Or
it's up to you. We're about to announce the last few raffles, and then we're gonna close out this live stream.
Cool. Alrighty. I think I'll mute, but I'll stick around for moral support.
Thank you. We feel it. We appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thanks, Maddie.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, Maddie. Oh, all right, Natalie. We did it.
We're here.
We did it.
We did it.
Oh, my back. How do people do this? Oh, my goodness gracious. Okay. Let's do this. Let's do the last few raffles, huh?
Let's do it.
We just did 5. Ready, everyone? Shake, shake, shake. And we have Simon. Yay, Simon! Whoop, 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 whoop. Thank you, Simon, for donating to such an amazing cause. We appreciate it. It should also be said, there were a couple of people that donated anonymously, and I want to say thank you to those people. Whoever you are, thank you. You made a giant contribution, and we're so thankful. Shake, shake, shake. Allison! Yay! Oh my gosh, we can't see. Congratulations, Allison! Whoop, 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 whoop. Look at us. Look at this. This is so fun. Jessie M! Thank you, Jessie! Whoop, whoop,
Yay!
whoop. Yeah! Congratulations! Okay, we got 3 more. Let's do it. Oh, did I just throw one? Okay, we're good, we're good. Here we go, we found it. And we got... Dom! Woohoo! Congratulations! Dom, period. 2 more, 2 more. Muriel! Yay!
Yay!
Congratulations! Woo woo! 1 more. And the winner, the last winner of the raffle for this specific Orquídea. Woo! Congratulations, Orquídea! Yay! Oh my gosh, what a live stream, everybody. What a live stream. Natalie, thank you so much for being here.
Shout out Camille. Shout out
Love
Michael. Icons of the world.
Shout out Michael wherever you are. Thank you also for helping. We appreciate you. I just wanted to say thank you so much to all of our helpers, all of our supporters, all of the Floaties guests. Thank you so much. You made this show 10 times more of what it could have been than what it could have been. And I'm so thankful for each and every one of you. You shined. You did so amazing. Thank you. Thank you for donating. Thank you, World Central Kitchen, for all that you do. You all are incredible. And just so everybody knows, even though the raffle is over in about 2 minutes, please still donate. We're going to keep up that campaign for the next month until, and I guess we're announcing this here, season 3 for Floaties for Krakens premieres on August 31st. Yay! So that's how long this little guy's going to stay up for. And then we start season 3 for you guys. We're so excited, but yeah, thank you everyone for showing up and for watching. We really appreciate your support. You guys have no idea. It warms my heart. I cannot believe we surpassed our initial goal within an hour.
So much. Yeah, everybody has been so generous, and thank you so much for supporting such an amazing organization.
Thank you all. Thank you all. We appreciate you all. We love you all. Keep being monstrous. Keep shining bright. Keep doing your thing. And other than that, Floaties will be taking a break for a month, but we'll see you August 31st. Sound like a plan?
Sounds amazing. Can't wait.
Thanks, guys. See ya, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.